conversation about to happen, and please give him a round of applause.
I wanted to ask if you have like 1 minute or 2 minutes, Honorable Minister, to just
Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome. For the backbenchers, if you want to move forward, I swear I'm not going to grade you, so you can move forward a bit. We will be having Q&A afterwards, so we would want to be able to see you. We still have people pouring in, but we are going to kick off. A little late, but we're ready. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You made it to the last day of the forum. I hope you have had an enlightening, conversational, and dynamic week so far. And what I'm hoping is that this session digs deeper into some of those topics that you haven't had a chance rather to talk about so far. So let's innovate, scale, and accelerate. My name is Shanu Saran. I will be mispronouncing a lot of names. Apologies. This is my name mispronounced as well, just for the record. I am the Managing Director, Africa, for Food Systems for the Future Institute, and a pleasure to have all of you here. We will be talking today about and zooming into advancing nutrition, the role of women, empowering ourselves as women and men, hopefully, in the food system transformation. We have two opening speakers, amazing speakers, which also has our token gentleman, so please make sure you give him a large round of applause when he turns up. And then we have an all-women panel. We will bring the poor gentleman back on stage at the end for Q&A, so keep your questions ready for him, and we can be lighter with a woman. We know they know all the answers. So I promise I didn't do anything to make that happen. It just so happens that we got one man. We'll kick off with inviting Dr. Ismahan El-Wafi, the Executive Managing Director of CGIR. If you don't know what CGIR is, please leave the room. Dr. Ismahan El-Wafi.
Thank you very much, Shanu. And I told Shanu I'm also short, so I need this step, so that's good. This way I see you better. I'm not under the stage. So good morning, colleagues. Really a pleasure to be with you here and to welcome you to this important discussion on the urgency of transforming food system for nutrition. So I'm dividing the work with my colleague Yo, whereby I'm going to be talking more on the digital side, and you're going to be talking more on the nutrition per se. So I think today, I have no doubt that we are all here because we share that sense of urgency. I want to start by thanking the African Food System Forum for organizing this event and for their ongoing commitment for addressing the pressing challenges in African food system, and special thanks to the President Agnes Kalibata for all her effort on that side. The need to transform food system in Africa is more critical now than ever before. The population is rapidly growing, and sadly, levels of hunger and malnutrition are at a record high. Without immediate and decisive action, countless more lives and livelihoods will be lost to climate change, to hunger and malnutrition. And this is the reality, and it demands our full attention. At CGR, we are fully committed to ending hunger in Africa by 2030, and are a major vehicle for getting technologies to farmers at scale. As the world's largest publicly funded agri-food research network, we are dedicated to ensuring a future that is secure in food, nutrition, and climate, leaving no one behind, with a particular focus, again, on Africa. We know that the CGR can only be considered a success if it is successful in Africa. For over 50 years, CGR has been at the forefront of scientific excellence and building global to local partnership that work to improve nutrition outcomes through sustainable food, land, and water systems. Today's session is all about transforming those food systems for nutrition, with an emphasis on the pivotal role that data and digital innovation play in this transformation. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, and augmented reality have transformed the way we work and are now essential tools in building more nutritious food systems. CGR is a leading in agricultural data from the Global South and has a knowledge repository with over 200,000 files, out of which 45,000 are open source, that are scientific publications that can be used to empower AI solutions. However, although there is an ongoing need for high-quality data in the Global South, the challenges we face in achieving wider adoption of digital tools and the utilization of that data are numerous and complex. The digital divide is one of the most significant challenges we are facing. The Global South remains underserved by digital technologies, particularly women and rural areas, with more than 600 million people still living outside of mobile network coverage. So addressing this divide means that more people will have access to digital technologies that make it possible to monitor food, land, and water system in real time, at a lower cost and with greater accuracy than ever before. With this in mind, we must then provide tailored support for people at all levels of digital literacy and capabilities, which we already know is particularly low among the most marginalized and food insecure people and communities, namely, again, women and indigenous people and youth. In terms of nutrition, this would allow us to fully capture and utilize important data and establish trends for evidence-based decision-making and taking effective action to improve nutritional outcomes in these particular communities. To support this, we must also ensure that decision makers receive timely, reliable, and actionable information so that they can also make informed decisions that could hugely improve agricultural outcomes for African farmers. So there are many solutions, and there are many aspects to take into consideration, but thankfully CGR is well positioned to leverage its global partnership, data infrastructure, and domain expertise to serve as trusted leaders in the increasingly digital field of agricultural research for development. We currently work with hundreds of researchers with multidisciplinary background and collaborate with our research initiative, making really that we equip and provide the right tools to everybody to really look into digital R&D partnership with technology leaders to find solutions for small-scale producers. We have an ongoing mission to create products, services that serve farmers in a responsible and ethical way, and that the know-how is needed, that they get the know-how that is needed across really multiple fields of research, science, and food, water, and land system management. Most relevant to today is the discussion is nutrition, health, and food security, one of our 5 impact areas. We are constantly promoting and applying new digital, data science, and AI innovation in this area, and aiming to ensure equitable access to all of those tools and particularly digital tools. So our work in digital innovation generates evidence and innovative solutions through coordinated activities on the enabling environment, the digital divide, systems dynamic modeling, real-time monitoring, and enabling, again, digital platforms. One of our 3 accelerators in our new science and innovation portfolio is called Accelerator on Digital Transformation, that aims to accelerate CGR capabilities as a leader in the application of new digital data, new digital data science, and AI innovation. It will create a strong core of searchable data that can be used across research domains and work with partners to rapidly develop digital innovation that achieve their goals. It will also research future technologies that CGR should prepare for today and create a center of excellence in areas such as innovation design, data governance, and responsible artificial intelligence. So far, access to valuable data like this has enabled us to develop digital platforms such as Harvest Plus Biofortification Priority Index. And this index is a digital tool that ranks 128 low and middle income countries according to their impact potential for investment in each of the 13 biofortified staple food crops. This technology enables stakeholders and investors to identify needs and opportunities to meet the nutritional requirements of the local population, making sure that the most nutrient-rich food reach those most in need. Digitalization like this allows us to strengthen food system for better nutrition by improving efficiency, traceability, and market access. The Biofortification Priority Index has had a significant impact in Africa by guiding investment and intervention in biofortified crop to address micronutrient deficiencies commonly known as hidden hunger. We have more than 50 million people in smallholder farming families in 41 countries that now benefit from CGR biofortified crop. We have over 70 million people in farm household and millions more in the marketplace that are benefiting from the biofortification delivery programs where digital innovation like this have shown to increase nutrition, health, and food security. In Ghana and Mali, we have a program called ECRA, Accelerating Impact of CGR Climate Research for Africa, that has implemented a climate-smart technology to increase yield, income, food, nutrition, and security of farmers. By adopting selected digital tools, such as radio, SMS, phone calls, and WhatsApp, farmers are able to access personalized and location-specific climate-smart information to make more informed farming decisions. CGR aim to continue advancing agriculture, digital agriculture in the Global South by building infrastructure, providing equitable access to digital services, effective data utilization, and creating an enabling policy environment. As we look ahead, we know there is an ongoing need for increased investment in digital innovation that have the power to transform Africa's food system to enhance both nutrition and food security. This transformation cannot happen in isolation. To close the financing gap and deliver the impact required, CGR aims to achieve our investment goal of an additional $2 billion per year by 2030. we must also continue to advocate for policies that support the development and adoption of digital innovation, that science shows that the power to transform food system, innovation that can meet the nutritional need of African small-scale farmers and their communities. As always, I urge you all to continue building partnership between government, private sector, local communities, and international organizations. An international organization like CGR and other international agricultural research, because I believe that with science we can achieve the goals we have set and ensure that no one is left behind. I want to thank each one of you for your commitment and contribution to our shared vision. The discussion and session that will follow are so important, and our collective participation followed by inspired action can and will make a difference for Africa's food system. I hope that we all leave this forum feeling energized and motivated for the work ahead, despite the shocking realities that we are facing. Together, we can transform Africa's food system for a more inclusive, nutritious, and climate-secure food. And to close, I would say that digital is one of the leapfrogging, the digital solutions or digital transformation. It's our last chance to catch up with the development in Africa. And if we miss it this time, the gap gonna get much bigger. So be it for nutrition, be it for food security, be it for preserving our environment, there is an opportunity in using technology, including digital technologies, but also other technologies, to make sure that we leapfrog, because at this stage, we can't go with the same pace that we have been doing for the last 50 years, but we need rather to speed it up by hundreds of times. And that's what I think those technologies will allow us to do so. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ismahan. I think the one thing that I would like to sort of pull out from that, while there was truly a food system approach in that speech, all the way from talking from tools to policies to governance and capacity building, is the fact that, notice she said digital tools also include radio, TV, WhatsApp. It's so much more than what we traditionally think of if we're truly trying to reach the last mile communities across the world. And there are products and services out there doing that. So thank you for pulling that out. A little bit of my favorite, so I thought I'd do that while I could say it. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Johan Swijnen, the Director General of International Food Policy Research Institute, IFPRI. All over to you, please. And this can be moved.
Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today and to be invited to talk to you. I was asked to present a summary or the key conclusions from our 2024 Global Food Policy Report. It's an annual report that IFPRI produces, and this year's report is on, where you see the cover of the report, is on nutrition and healthy diets. It's drawing essentially on almost 3 decades of research in this area from IFPRI staff, but also from many partners, both in the CGR and beyond, who have worked on it. And it delivers evidence on policies and interventions, and particularly focusing on inclusion, equity, but also on the sustainability of these diets. As I think many of you know, when you have worked very hard with a big team and an elaborate effort on a report, you want to have a lot of diversity in there, a lot of variation, a lot of issues and aspects to be analyzed, a lot of detail. And then, of course, you are asked to present this in a couple of minutes, and so the challenge of doing this, I think, is something many of you are aware of. So I'm going to apologize if I go too quickly and too general on some of the points, because I think one of the key conclusions is that many of the policy recommendations are actually context-specific in terms of the implementation, etc. All right? So let me just... So the next slide. is, do I point this? There you go. Just setting the scene very briefly. I think many of you know these numbers already. So these are big numbers, right? So if we look at the number of food insecure people in the world, the FAO numbers, they're around 800-900 million people in the world. But if you look at insufficient or basically the lack of access to healthy diets, we talk about 3 billion people in the world. So this is a much bigger number. And so here are now a number of these additional numbers, like around 2 billion people are affected by micronutrient deficiencies. More than 2 billion people are now estimated to be overweight or obese. More than 1 billion people have increased blood pressure, etc. And so many of these factors, almost all of these factors, are really related to poor quality diets as a main contributor to these problems in the world. Okay, and so therefore focusing on nutrition and healthy diets, it's really a crucial element in improving the welfare in the world. So these are really large effects. If you look then more particularly on Africa, we see that Africa, of course, is a continent where some of these numbers are highest actually in the world in terms of the rates of anemia, child stunting, micronutrient deficiencies. Child overweight and adult overweight and obesity are growing in Africa as well at the same time, so we have this double or even triple burden of malnutrition. But we should also emphasize that these indicators differ quite a lot across the continent, and so we have to be careful, again, if we look at specific countries in terms of drawing both, looking at the problems and at the recommendations. Again, a very general statement, but an important one is that if you look at African food systems, on average, they're dominated by cereals production, and that, of course, is one of the factors in basically healthy diets or the lack of healthy diets, with a lack of basically consumption of nutrition-dense foods, which is associated with that. And an important factor in that is the incapacity, the lack of capacity of households in the region to basically be able to afford nutrient-dense foods, but either because of low income or because the cost of these food packages, food patterns are too expensive to afford. So then if we look at the gender effects there, I mean, women play a very important role for a number of reasons. Okay, on the one hand, women are of course very important in terms of determining the diets which are consumed in the households. Even as women have entered the workforce globally, also in Africa, and spend more time outside of their home, they continue to be the primary persons, the primary decision makers, and the primary burden of care for families, including the diet. Adolescent girls and women face special nutritional needs, okay, which have to be addressed for several reasons. The good news is as well that we find that nutrition-sensitive policies, and so this relates both to agricultural programs, to social protection programs, biofortification, where Ismahani referred to, are all factors or all policies or programs that can be effective in addressing these problems. So there is actually, this is the good news, if you want, coming out of the report. And so achieving women's empowerment in food system is really an important factor that should be part of the overall approach, the systemic approach, if you want to change the problems as we see them today. This is, I just have one slide in terms of some of the indicators. So on the left-hand panel, the A panel there, this is the proportion of the population. This is for different African countries which cannot afford a healthy diet, and the numbers are huge, okay? So most of the countries in Africa are actually above the 80% line. So this is really, really concerning. If you look at the B and the C panel, this is the prevalence among women and the prevalence among young children of minimum dietary diversity, and you see there, for example, the B panel is around, most of them are around 40 to 60%. So that means that most countries in Africa, access to basically dietary diversity among women is much lower than it should be. You can't really compare the B and C panel because they're a bit of a different indicators. Nutritionists have explained to me that you have to be careful of making that comparison. But in any case, the conclusion of these panels is that a lot of things to be improved compared to the current situation in many of these, almost all the countries in Africa. In the report, we've actually organized our thinking, so we have a very complicated food systems framework. I'm sure you've seen these graphs, I didn't put them in, but we organized our discussions, if you want, also the conclusion around 4 components. One has to do with availability. Are there healthy foods available in the country, in the region, in the place where the household lives? Then can the household access it? And that has a lot to do not just with basically availability in the country, but access it in the village, for example, or in the urban area where the family lives. Then if it's available, if it's accessible, can we afford it, or can one afford it? And so this has to do with poverty, with incomes, with the cost of the healthy diets. And the last factor is that even if you can afford it, or if the family can afford it, do they want to afford it? And this has to do with preferences, and of course, education, culture, etc. really play a very important role there. It's interesting, economists tend to talk about preferences. Nutritionists, I learned, talk more about desirability of these things, but basically the concept is really about that. I'm going to go briefly through these 4 aspects, if you want, and some of the conclusions of the report. So clearly, supply-side innovations can help limit, can make basically and help the availability of these healthy products, of these nutritious food in the country or in the region. But also, I mean, an important component of that is, of course, about the sustainability of the production of making these products available is an important component there. And so things like investing in crop diversity, increasing the use of orphan crops, biofortification are all important potential components of this. And the report has a special chapter on animal source food, and I think we have a fairly nuanced conclusion on that, making the point that in important parts of the world, actually, it's important to increase the consumption of animal source food, while in other parts of the world, it is probably desirable to lower the consumption of animal source food. And so there is a whole discussion on how to do this best. On the accessibility and the food environments there, it's the food environments, and VC refers to the value chain. That's really where demand and supply are connected, okay? And if you look at the share of this part in the value chain, I mean, even in middle and income countries and higher, lower middle income countries, this is 70% of the value in the food chain is actually in this part. So it's a really big component of the issue here, both in economic terms and I think in terms of how it is affecting both the producer side, but particularly the consumption side. We've seen very rapid and dramatic changes in that, particularly in lower and middle income countries. So we talk about the supermarket revolution, rapid growth of modern retail chains, the hidden middle, because there's so much going on that we don't know much about, because a lot of these are SME companies where we don't have a lot of data on, but we know that a lot of things are changing this, and this is associated with a number of factors, including the growth of the availability and also the consumption of ultra-processed foods. And these are all, I think the food environment, the value chain issue is a very important component of this issue, of both the problem and the potential solution, I would argue. In terms of affordability, we know that incomes are really a very important determinant of consumption patterns, but also relative prices. So how does a healthy diet compare to the price of a non-healthy diet? And so there are things we find that in general that these healthy diets are relatively expensive compared to calorie-dense foods, and part of it is due to policies, part of it is due to more economic and structural factors, but things can change. I mean, certainly these policies, both on the agricultural side and the consumer side, in terms of the subsidy systems, can change. And of course also the infrastructure in terms of transport, storage, logistics, I mean, that affects both the production side and the consumption side, okay? So investments in this, improvements in this are really very important. I think also social protection is very important, school feeding programs where you can really work. I think a lot can be done on making this more nutrition sensitive going forward. Preferences then, that again, I think many of you know this very well. This is linked to a number of factors, but also culture, education. And so sometimes even when things are affordable, people still do not change their consumption habits because of these factors, okay? And there's a number of things that can be changed, I think, going forward. It is not easy, it is difficult, but that is something we all have to work on, and I think we have to think hard on how to make this possible. Again, the educational role, I think there's a very important generational thing as well, and basically teaching children in school, which is really important, just not basically the quality of the school feeding programs for themselves, for capacity building, but also the educational effects are very important. Again, women empowerment plays an important role there as well. So the concluding thing, I think this is just a very general point, okay, but I think important. This is really a systemic problem. So it's not one policy or one action which is going to make the difference. We really need to have a whole set of interventions, a set of changes, a set of transformations that are important. They have to be adjusted for the specific context, specific country, the specific region in the country, some things. And it, of course, that means leveraging these different food system components at different levels. But what we find also in the report is that if you look at Africa, for example, there's significant political commitment, I think, in the past years. It's shown, was also reflected 2 days ago in the ministerial meeting that we had here, to make things possible, and so that is a sign of optimism that we also draw in the report. I'm going to end with just an advertisement. We at IFPRI and the CGIAR, we've developed this index. It was initially designed as a women's empowerment in agricultural index, so it's now used very widely. More than 250 organizations are using it in 61 countries. It's an indicator of women empowerment initially was agriculture. Now we've expanded it to a number of areas, also health and nutrition. And so this is my last slide to give you a flavor of the type of information that is included in this indicator. And you see these are 2 case studies, one's from Bangladesh, the other one's from Africa, Burkina Faso, and Mali. And these are measuring who is actually making the decisions on these components of nutrition and healthy diets. And some of them are very similar, but some of them are quite different as well. For example, who decides to purchase food and health products? So it's the next to last line there. And you see there's very large differences between the outcome, the indicators between these different countries. So again, I think re-emphasizing or supporting our point on the need for context-specific policies, I would say. Okay, with that, thank you very much.
Here we go. Is this working? Yeah? Is that working? Yep, okay, perfect. So I guess maybe the little thing that I'll draw out from what Dr. Johannes said was, I like the framework got very simple principle. Oh, it's off. It's on. I most probably am, oh, there, it works, otherwise. Didn't want them to have to drag that back for me, so standing here. I think the interesting thing for me was that very simple litmus test approach that we have of availability, accessibility, affordability, and desirability. And the fact that the consumer, us, we have a role to play in all of this. We are part of the solution, not only as producers and policymakers, but as driving dietary change as consumers. So thank you for that. I think I'll definitely have to get my hands on the report now for sure, especially to look at the numbers. But now we will be introducing our panel. We have 3 amazing ladies. So AK, again, reminding everyone, a women's only panel. Dr. Lindiwe Sibanda, sorry, I'm getting my papers right for the titles. The chair of the systems board of CGIAR. Welcome. We have Ms. Rose Goslinga, president of PULA. Come on, guys. More energy, more energy. You have to survive the next 50 minutes. And then Ms. Hindu Umaru Ibrahim, the president of the Association for Indigenous Women and People of Chad. Thank you very much. Welcome. I hope you all are ready to say something controversial. If you haven't said one thing controversial, I'm not letting you leave, for the record. So just a personal question that I wanted to ask, and the fact that I can ask it because I've got the mic, is around and it was referred by Dr. Johan in his presentation as well, where in low middle income countries, the animal source foods consumption should be increased. We know there's been a large debate going on versus nutrition versus climate around increasing the consumption of meat and meat food. So what are your thoughts as women, who we saw in certain statistics on the last slide, have the chance to make some of that decision, as those in each of your roles? What do we think of this little discussion that's happening from a nutrition and climate perspective? I'll find out, otherwise I will end this.
Thank you very much. It's interesting. Well, first of all, we are on African soil, so let's bring the experiences from Africa. The global debate on climate and meat is so polarized. It's polarized in the sense that it is led by people who have a choice versus those who don't have a choice, who eat what is available, accessible, and affordable. When you look at the statistics, how do you compare someone in New Zealand or in the United States who can afford to have 500-gram steak almost every day versus someone sitting in Africa who is dying to have just 40 grams a day for their babies to avoid stunting? So I think we need to calibrate the debate in the context of the original definition of food security. What's available, what's affordable, what's accessible, and what's palatable, which is an exciting twist. But going back to the science in terms of what should we eat, I was part of the Eat Lancet report, and the big thing was it is region specific. We can all talk about the Mediterranean diet, but if I've not seen it, I have no access to it, and I cannot afford it, I need to eat what is available. But if I then put a health lens to it, I have to make sure it nourishes the body. And I think one of the best things that has happened in the food debate or in the agriculture sector, thanks to Dr. Agnes Kalibata, who pushed the sustainable food systems agenda. For a long time, agriculture was a commodity game. But the day we brought in food and sustainable food, it made us think from farm to fork. Our women handle 80% of the food that we produce and consume. What is it that they're producing? They've got their chickens, they've got their goats, they've got cattle. So that's what is available. And in most cases, quantities are regulated traditionally by what is put on the plate. So there is no way we can say do away with meat when that's the food that you have access to. What we have to look at is how is it produced? Is it produced in a sustainable way? Is it nourishing the body? And if we are fighting for increases in quantity, we are not playing a catch-up to be bad for malnutrition, it's catch-up to be well-nourished. We can't afford to have the stunting children that need 40 grams of meat a day and tell them no meat, just eat a vegetarian diet. It doesn't work.
Thank you, Lindiwe. And I guess I'll just pick on that and go to you, Hindu, because like Lindiwe mentioned traditional. The fact that this is about traditional diets as well. It's about how we have been doing things and how we've been consuming things here in Africa. And I thought I'd give you a bit to tell us what you think about this entire meat versus no meat in the context that you work.
Good morning. So this is really like a funny question for me as pastoralist and indigenous woman.
Yep.
We say cattle elders like, stop eating your meat. I love my meat. So there is meat and meat. As she well said, in our communities, we are producing meat carbon neutral and milk carbon neutral. We are producing the organic meat. As a pastoralist, we have our cattle. We move from one place to another one, of course, to found water and pastures. But while moving, our cow dung help to fertile the land. Where the cow dung is stuck, you have the insect who can come there. You have the birds who can come and eat the insect. And you have the birds who can take one of the seeds and explode it around the world. And then it's helped to maintain the ecosystem. It's helped to restore the ecosystem. When the rainy season comes, you have a fertile land there. So this way of living is a carbon neutral, it's a climate adaptation, it's the mitigation that we are talking about. And then those cattle, they are producing meal and meat, carbon neutral, even positive for the nature. And for us, eating our steak is really like the best things we are do as service to the nature. So, of course, I recognize the meat here in Rwanda is really so good too. But it's protecting the nature, right? But I do understand the people who say, like, you are a climate activist. We was thinking you are even vegetarian and maybe vegan. I'm like, how do you think that? I'm not. You cannot say you wanted to protect the nature and then because you become vegetarian. Let's be honest, we need to be responsible to protect the nature. Yeah. We cannot give the excuse to the people who have only those diet and tell them stop eating that. So being responsible is the developed world have to take their courage. Stop all the overdevelopment based on the using of the fossil fuel, exploring of the natural resources, destroying the nature where the peoples who do not have the income have just like to follow them. So that way of hypocrisy have to stop. It's not only about me. And finally, I have an anecdote that to tell you. I do understand that part. So I went to the Washington, D.C. for the Spring Summit of Finance. Then, over the 3 days, in all the places that you go, they have from the lunch to the snack to the dinner, they invite you, everything is like vegan, vegetarian, and they're so proud to explain that. As coming from Africa, I was really like tired about that. I'm like, okay, if I do not get my meat, I start to become sick. So then, one of my friends said, like, Hindu, are you free this evening? I invite you for a barbecue. I'm like, oh my God, that's really what I need. And then he added a word. He said, like, beef grass-fed. I'm like, oh my God, what does this mean? Grass-fed beef? So I have to ask him. So I get there very cautiously, then I'm like, oh, before that we eat, may you just tell me what is the grass-fed beef? And he's like, oh, this is the cattle who eat only the grass. I'm like, if the cattle do not eat the grass, what else they can eat? So then the guy said, he's like, oh, you know, the grass-fed beef is really like the best one here, very expensive, and then it's really like the one who respects the nature, etc. I'm like, well, but you really have to explain to me, is that the other cattle going to the restaurant with the peoples, or what? So then he said, like, no, the other cattle, you just like do the agriculture to feed them, so they eat whatever. I'm like, oh my God, I do understand you. So go be vegetarian if you do not eat the beef that can eat the grass. In our communities, we do not only the grass-fed beef, and we have to promote it, we have to protect it.
Reality check, that's all I'll say. Rose, over to you.
So, allow me to be the white girl on the panel here. I tried to be vegetarian for the last 4 months.
Well done.
I tried. It happened kind of naturally, or kind of, I was in Switzerland I had a board meeting, and I came to a restaurant. I was stuck there for a weekend, and I came to a restaurant that was just the most amazing vegetarian food. and appreciate here. Like, let me talk from my white privilege for like, you know, all these minutes, because again, reality check, right? And it was really good. And so I thought, you know, at some point in life, my mother became vegetarian. I was like, okay, let me be like my mother. In my 40s, I will become a vegetarian. So for the next 4 months, I think the first month, it was very interesting because I ordered things off the menu that I wasn't ordering before. Because I don't know if you know, like, again, white privilege and lots of choices, right? So you go somewhere and you pick, and you always pick the thing you like. And now all of a sudden you're picking something else. And I can tell you you know, particularly I travel a lot. I remember going to this restaurant in Abidjan, and the only option was, there was one vegetarian option, it was rice and fried vegetables. At least there were 40 things on the menu. So, what am I saying here? Like, look, I think after about 3 months, one, I got fat. Well, for me, fat, right? Like, as women, we're very self-conscious. So, you know, one of my Rwandan friends, when I came here, said, "You look a bit more Rwandan." I was like, "Thank you. I put on some weight. Thank you." And I was like, so again, this is really white privilege. But let's talk as real people here. So at some point, I was like, I really felt a craving for chicken. So I went back to my chicken. At the same time, look, I grew up in Tanzania. My dad ran a hospital. And as a child, my favorite food was wali na maharage, which is basically rice and beans. So rice and beans, I could eat plates and plates. My daughter has grown up in Nairobi. Her favorite food is ugali and slimy vegetables, right? So I think, you know, food is so culturally ingrained, right? It does not matter if you are white or black, because, like, clearly, you know, rice and beans being your favorite kind of thing. I think this is one of those choices that we let be, right? I can totally hear her when she says, "I really like my meat," right? One of the things I really craved when I was a vegetarian was raw meat. Sounds crazy, right? So let everybody be. And these choices, again, I think what Lindiwe was saying before, these are, if we talk about these choices, we come from a position of privilege, right? Making these kind of choices comes from a position of privilege. If we talk in a European environment, you know, we did not adopt electrical cars until there was a Tesla, right? Since then, it became aspirational. Before that, everybody thought, you know, remember the Toyota one that, I can't remember the name, but nobody wanted that car, right? So if we're talking in a European environment, I think we have to think about that this is then, let's make it aspirational. And coming to what she's saying, hey, you know, a European farming and livestock system is so different, right? You're just talking from a totally different perspective. And my guess is that people who look just like me in Europe will only really start eating, you know, plant-based if it's as good as the steak, right? And people who've grown up eating, whatever we've grown up eating, that at the core is what we always want to go back to.
In a responsible way is the big question nowadays. So I guess maybe picking on Lindiwe, you had mentioned science. Yeah. And I'm also going to refer back to like what Dr. Johan had put up there. The science has gotten better. If we look at when we're tackling malnutrition, if we're tackling improving the food systems, we have innovations out there. But the numbers have only become worse, especially for women and girls. Yeah. So I'd just like you to quickly throw to me, what do you think is holding us back? Yeah. Could be bullet points.
So the challenge of nutrition leading to malnutrition is really driven by the fact that nutrition by nature is multi-sectoral. We're celebrating agriculture that now speaks to sustainable food systems. So fine, we want to produce nutrient-dense food. So it's got to be there, but we are coming from an era where we were producing quantities of commodities that we could sell for economic gain. If we go back to our roots and say, what are those nutrient-dense foods? They are currently not on the shelf. They are the forgotten grandmother crops, the women's crops, which were grown for food in the villages, but were never developed to be available in big quantities and be affordable. They've become a delicacy. So the first call to action is let's go back and collect those. Let's improve them in terms of quantity. Let's preserve their nutrition density. But most important, let's test them for their climate resilience, because that's the challenge. But let's make them palatable to the new generation that never enjoyed them as I did when I grew up. The second challenge is that it's now a health issue. More and more with hypertension, diabetes, we know that we need to go for foods with a low glycemic index. But for you to understand that science, you need to be educated. Someone has to provide the labeling on those foods once they're available so that I know they are the go-to delicacies. So it's about production, availability, affordability, that's agriculture and food systems. It's about nutrition density and the health and safety of that food. It's about education. It's also about water and sanitation.
I didn't expect that.
Yeah, you can boast about a type of food, but as long as you have to deal with water that's not safe, you're contaminating that food and it's going to affect your health. But most important, it's really about policies, and policies that empower women, empower the younger generation to be able to have that choice, but more important for women to move away from labor-intensive food production systems, to liberate that time so that they can concentrate on other things rather than 80% of their time going into food production. And that's what the index, the WARE index that Dr. Sweeney spoke about, helps us to quantify how much of your time is going into food production versus general livelihood. How can we use science to alleviate that burden? So nutrition is complex by nature, it's multi-sectoral. We need to all crowd up and deliver on the targets we have set. And that's why the figures are not moving. The stunting is increasing, obesity is increasing, the nutrition-caused diseases that are caused by malnutrition are on the high because all sectors are not on the ground to play ball. But women empowerment will be key in that one.
Thank you. Yeah, and I guess, Hindu, to go to you from that, like looking at it from Indigenous young people as well, and women leading that march in your world, when it comes to policies, what is your thought there?
Well, I just wanted to jump on what she said. Firstly, it's really very important. You said health and diet. So health and diet, I do remember in my community, like our grandmothers, the diet that they are doing, the food that they're producing, they are not saying like nutriments, whatever, but it's helped them to live from 80 to 100 years and healthier. I think it's not a bad years to live at all. But now when the nutrition change and then the new food that they are bringing to our peoples, we start having like the sickness that we do not experience, from cancer to all the diabetes to all the rest of the sickness that we are having. So I think we need to go back to our traditional way of eating, and without checking every single day in an app, did you eat your calorie, did you eat your meal, did you eat whatever? So our natural mothers and the grandmothers know how to really cook to make us healthy and grow up really in a good way. Just I wanted to complement what you said. Coming back to your questions about the science and technology and Indigenous women, I have two examples to share with you. So firstly, it's how we can have the Indigenous women who didn't went to school, and of course the Indigenous communities at themselves, to get access to the decision making. Let's be honest, my African family here, we are a man-driven society. Getting women to take the decisions is very hard. And then at the community level, it's actually more hard. So the strategy that I use is how to combine the science, technology, and the traditional knowledge of the communities. So I do use a satellite image to do a participatory mapping of the communities. So I map over, 5,000 kilometer squares of land with more than 700 community chiefs. So to involve a woman there, firstly, of course, we give the floor to the man, to the community leaders, to come and map. So they give the bigger repair. Where is the mountain, where is the rivers, where is the forest, where is the different crops from the millet, etc. So then they start arguing in one name of the place or one knowledge. So I let them argue, really, like I love this part, to enjoy leaving them just like arguing. They argue for like an hour. And then I say like, may you just like ask the woman to come and maybe they have some knowledge. They say like, yes, they can come. So just one woman stand up. She is planning in this place during a season that she is taking a different water or she is taking a different food, and she is planning how it's work, and everyone shut up. So I turn and ask the man, what do you think about what the woman said? You just to see them, they checking the head, they say like, yes, she's right, she's right, she's right. At the end of the day, I said like, okay, well, if you all agree, she resolved the issue that you are arguing on it. Why not women cannot come from the beginning and take the decision with you? So that changed the system, and women can come and discuss with the man and take the decisions. So we need, thank you. We need women to be in a decision-making when we come to the food and organization at the community level. Women know the traditional way of living and the details knowledge, but we need to give them this place. We are not wanted to steal your place at man. We wanted to help you, the place that you are lacking, to understand. So this is so important to see. It's not crashing your work. And I do understand that, especially young man saying that like, oh, there is so women movement there and we are not going to be there, etc. My second example is we need to elevate the traditional knowledge and especially the knowledge of women on the food, on the environment protection, fighting climate change. So to do that, the scientists, people have to understand our knowledge are not a basic knowledge, and the scientists cannot confirm our grandmother's knowledge because they do have those knowledge since centuries and centuries. Even they didn't went to school for 20 years to get PhD, but they went for all their life to get the PhD++. How I did that quickly. So taking the scientists to the communities, just to tell them, go there, stay with the peoples. They come staying, and then suddenly, as we are nomadic, the peoples start packing the stuff. They say, Hindu, are we moving? I'm like, no, we are not moving. It's going to rain. They say like, oh, the sky is clear. They will say like, yeah, it's going to rain. Suddenly, the rain starts. And you see the scientists running under the trees. And our peoples, we are just there and looking all those PhD++ and running around all the places. After the rain, they come and say like, how do you know it's going to rain? So like, well, we look at the small ant taking the eggs in the nut, and then we saw just like the wind direction that changed, we know it's going to rain. So that's why we did. So we need that the science to understand our grandmothers and grandfathers do have a traditional knowledge that can help us to save the food. It's not the scientists who can confirm our knowledge, but we need to co-produce those knowledge together.
Thank you. I think Hindu just did something that goes exactly into your space, Rose. There was talk of satellite mapping. There was talk about weather patterns. And I would like you to link that to access to finance and what your experience would sort of be also on access to finance, men versus women, if you're able to highlight that. And sure. I've been given a time check, so I'm passing it on to you.
Okay. Look, if the short answer to all of this, and I think what all of us are saying, is leadership, decision-making power for women. You know, whether we are CEOs, ministers of agriculture, or presidents of farm associations. And I think, you know, a long answer here. Like, I started a business about 10 years ago, and we develop insurance products against climate risks. Last year, we insured something like 6 million farmers, 2.5 million of them are women. We probably raised one of the largest Series B financing rounds last year for $20 million. And every time when if I was a guy, I would now tell you what the valuation was, but as a woman, I feel that I would be boasting if I would be talking about that. But like, the business employs about 120 people, about 2,000 people, 120 people full-time, 2,000 people part-time, 40% of them are women, 50% of my board is women, and I never gave this a thought, right? Because I think as a woman, if you are building a business, you are just hiring for skill set. You are not paying attention if you're hiring a man or a woman. Whenever somebody tells me, you need to hire a woman for something, I always cringe a bit. I find it really hard. I'm like, okay, I just want to hire the right person. And I know, I think as women, we can really assess those women's skill sets. Now, at the same time, I do realize that it's not the natural way of how things work. As you said, we very much live in a male-driven society here, right? And I'm always reminded by that. Like, in our business, like, one of our secrets to why we succeeded was that we did not sell insurance to farmers, because no farmer wakes up thinking they want insurance. But we ended up selling to groups, so banks, development institutions, because they still don't wake up in the morning thinking that they want insurance, but they do wake up thinking, I want access to credit. And fine, I'll take that insurance to go with it. They only trust it when there's a payout. But here's the thing, right? So we realized we had to work with groups. And I remember sitting with one of my Nigerian clients. My Nigerian clients were all farmer associations. The largest farmer association was the Rice Association, 10 million farmers. The president was a man. The Wheat Association, again, the president was a guy. The Cassava Association, a guy. The Ginger Association was a woman. Now, you cannot tell me that there's only women farming ginger, right, in Nigeria. But that seemed to be the reality. And that meant that for ginger, that was the only crop where women were negotiating the cost of inputs, because an association, they had power. They could negotiate with the input providers. They could negotiate with the banks. So this was the only crop where women were making those kind of decisions, right? And if you're the one, like in farming, the profitability is, like, I run a business, so I have learned I just think about profitability in the end, right? If your cost base determines where you end up, right? So if women do not have an influence over what the cost base looks like, they have no influence of what that profitability looks like, really.
AKA at a household diet level as well, right?
Exactly,
if
right?
you do not have influence
If you do not control your costs, like, how will you end up if you do not control what goes out, right? So I think if I really think about this, if we look about how we really change some of this maths for women, we need more Madame Presidents, right? Of associations really making that representation. I think, when I see some of the programs that Agra is running around Value for Her, Kala, particularly the ones actually that are specifically pushing for women, and if you think about, it really starts at education. For me, I think that education aspect is so important. If we think about the current leaders in African agriculture, I don't know if people are familiar with this Rockefeller program that really supported, what have now, the people who were supported under that Rockefeller program are now people like Akina Deshina, like the Agra president, So we have to think about, how do we identify those leaders and get them in those leadership positions? Because otherwise, if they don't make decisions, we're not changing anything.
Thank you. I think I'm being told I have to wrap up. Sorry, I'm not allowed to take any questions. Blame somebody else. But
Something? Can I just say something?
Oh, sure,
Okay.
Lindiwe.
So I think we've been talking about the changes that are happening, but one thing that has given me hope is a new initiative that we are driving as CGIR, not only about collecting data and using data to understand whether these figures we keep on saying are not going up are behaving differently, But the new initiative is called VAX. It's a vision for adapted crops and soils for Africa. For the first time collectively, as CGIAR, in partnership with FAO, with the African Union, we are going back to those grandmother crops. We are going back to those orphan crops. We now call them opportunity crops. There is a listing of those that we have analyzed for nutrition density and climate smartness, and we are going back to make sure we breed them, make the seeds available, and that they are available as opportunity crops, not just in Africa, but globally. You will see your millet, you will see your okra, you will see those vegetables that your grandmother fed you with and you can't get. They will come back big time, and that's how we want to save Africa. We want to address the nutrition challenge, but bring more hope on resilient crops in the face of climate change. So we are responding to the challenge as CGIAR.
Thanks, Lindy. It makes me feel old that I know what these crops are.
Yeah.
But thank you, everyone. Thank you very much to our speakers, to our panelists, and thank you to all of you for coming into this room and giving us your time. If you want, hunt down these people if you have something controversial to say to them, not me.
Hello, hello. Can I grab your attention for a few moments, please? We would like to kindly request that everybody be seated as we start the next section, which is the side event for young people. It's going to be a conversation with young people and young leaders and with important dignitaries who are promoting food system transformation in Africa. If we please kindly ask you to please take your seats as we kickstart this section today. Can I please kindly ask that you please take your seats? We know the energy is high because we are going to an exciting youth section. If you are a youth in the house, please say hi. Oh my goodness, you guys are dulling the moment now. When they say young people, we need energy. If you are young people in the house, say energy. That is it. May I kindly please request those that have fun to please have their seats. If you are sitting down, if you are standing up right now, you should please kindly sit down. We have to start this section, and importantly, I'd like you to know know we just had an interesting section on women, and we will please kindly request that this next section is on young people. Perhaps one of the ways to also take responsibility as leaders who are much more older than young people is to sit down and please allow the young people to have their section. If you're not sitting down at this moment, you are wrong. Is that correct? Ladies and gentlemen, please, we're going to start the section now. A very good morning once again. One thing I would like to do is that I want to feed the energy from up here to the next van there. So I'm going to ask you to please make a round of applause for everybody here this morning. Can we please, I want to hear the echo. Can I hear the echo of young people in the house? What about over there? Can I hear you clap? Excellent, excellent, excellent. Kind of section for young people. We bring in extraordinary energy that changes the atmosphere of the room, and I can already see that everybody is excited about what's going to happen today. Because today we will instantaneously start the conversations with young people, bringing in different stakeholders to help us address what are the key challenges that young people face. But most importantly, while we are here today, we are going to announce the winner of the Go Get Agripreneurship Award. Is somebody excited? It's like we are going to give this section something very important. Other side over there, I can't hear you clap. Today, we are going to give 2 agripreneurs $50,000 each as their prize. And to really set the contest open, we understand the fundamental of the challenge that young people face in agriculture, from finances, from different issues that it occurs. And now, we are trying to address all of these fundamental challenges that young people face. But to really start, we'd like to start with an important opening remark from one of our important stakeholders who has funded and supported a lot of agricultural initiatives transforming lives in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not too busy, if your hands are not too busy, that means you should drop your phone at this moment. If your hands are not too busy, please, may you please put your hands together for Ms. Reuter Roy, President and CEO, MasterCard Foundation. Can we keep clapping until she gets here?
Good morning. Good morning to everybody. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, friends, partners, young people, all protocols observed. I'm absolutely delighted to be here today to celebrate a lot of young people and your effort. So please allow me to direct my remarks to all of the young people in this room. This moment in time, this moment in Africa's story is for you. It's about you, and you will be writing the future of her story. You have an opportunity to actually shape the future. And I'm so proud of all of you who are already doing just that through your creativity, your curiosity, your ideas, your solutions, your entrepreneurship, and most importantly, your leadership. We're entering a period in the world's history when there will be more young people living in Africa than anywhere else. So the expectations are high, and your ambitions, your goals, you must aim high. There can be no more noble calling than to ensure food security for everyone. So the world is fortunate that you're bringing your talents, your ideas to the agri-foods sector, which is central to the vitality of the global community. When this sector grows, It delivers the fundamental, undeniable dignity that comes with feeding not just ourselves, but each other. So the message is clear. If you sow in agriculture, you can reap prosperity for all. The data is also clear. Africa has 3 things that the world needs in order to solve food insecurity and to avert the imminent climate crisis. We are home to 60% of the world's arable land, an abundance of renewable energy, 2 of 3 of the world's largest carbon sinks, and in a matter of a short 2 decades, the world's largest workforce. The agriculture sector, as you know, already contributes to 35% of the GDP, and it employs more people than any other sector. The advent of digitization, artificial intelligence, automation will only enhance this. So how do we turn our strengths, our assets, into prosperity for all? For us at the Foundation, the answer is clear: invest in young people. And for nearly 2 decades, the MasterCard Foundation has focused our work to advance education, financial inclusion here on the continent of Africa. We came because of her young people, because of you. Our vision is a world where all have opportunity to learn and prosper. In 2018, we launched a strategy which we call Young Africa Works, and we set out a bold target of enabling 30 million young people, especially young women, to access dignified and fulfilling work. We set up offices in 7 countries. We built a team of 500 people across Africa, and we based our leadership here to deliver this ambitious plan. Since then, we've deployed over $9 billion towards Young Africa Works, and I'm pleased to report on a few key highlights of the results, where despite global events, despite a global pandemic and economic downturn, we have results. 8.3 million young people are working, and more than half of them are in the agri-food sector, and more of half of them are young women. Most of our partners are African organizations, which are doing remarkable work. And every day, we see the power and the wisdom of getting behind African solutions. And we see the leadership of young people. The young people that we're blessed to meet are passionate about creating healthy families, healthy communities, and that they are deeply, deeply climate conscious. Now, all of you are part of this movement of transformation, and we stand with you. Your vision is Africa's hope, and your success is Africa's success. We celebrate you. We congratulate all of you who are receiving an award, and we congratulate all of you for daring to take this path. You're breaking new ground. So keep going, keep doing, and keep shining. Thank you.
I didn't ask you to stop clapping. Thank you. That's really very nice. If I ask you one important takeaway really in there is that we should all keep investing in young people because they bring talent and innovation to transform the food system. And one important point that Rita mentioned is that if you sow in agriculture, you reap prosperity for all. That should be Rita 2024. We should give you that citation. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to advance in this very important discussion today, before we get to the main parts, which I know all of us are very eager to know who are the young innovators walking away with the grand prize for this Go Get Agripreneurship Award. Before then, I would like to bring on stage the youth ambassadors when you looked in between all of the different discussions we've had from Monday up to now, one thing that has been very central is that we need young people, not just at the table, but we need them in the design implementations all throughout to the implementation. And today we are very fortunate to have 3 global youth ambassadors who are going to join us on the stage to have a bit of fire chat. Ladies and gentlemen, again, if your hands are not too busy, I will please welcome Honorable Peter Obi, former governor of Anambra State, Nigeria, and a youth champion. Please come to the stage, Mr. Obi. I like that. That is the energy. Mr. Obi is a true youth champion, changing the narrative of agri-food system in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I will bring on stage, please have your seats, Mr. Obi. Once again, I will bring on stage one amazing, fantastic, energetic. You're supposed to be clapping as I'm saying energetic. You know why I said that? Because if you've been to the youth dome, nearly there is no any youth section that we had that we didn't see this important stakeholder in there. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Surita Sondosam, the president and CEO of EVA International. Very young at heart, very young in supporting young people as well. And lastly, to join us on the stage for this brief fire chat is Fred Swanika, entrepreneur founder, African Leadership Group. Mr. Obi, good morning. We named you importantly, the 3 of you, our youth ambassador. And today, there's high expectations on the table for you. We'd like to know, Mr. Obi, very quickly, in 2 minutes, what are the opportunities for leaders like you to transform the lives of young people, young agripreneurs in Africa, to change the food system context?
Well, very simple. It's for the leaders to be committed. First, leadership must be demand-driven, to listen to the youth, what they want. If you're talking about agriculture, youth, first you have to look at what is the problem of Africa. The number 1 problem of Africa is insecurity and food insecurity. And food insecurity, if properly tackled, can drive the overall insecurity, because you're talking about creating jobs in the food system, being able to feed the people, because hunger is one of the things that are driving this. And you can only do this by investing in the entrepreneurship of the youth, which are aggressive. I listened to the last speaker saying we have 60% of cultivated arable lands are in Africa, and we have youth population that are ready to drive this process. If I use my country, Nigeria, for example, where we have over 60% of the land uncultivated, living, just compare Nigeria in rice production alone, a country like Bangladesh that lives on 142,000 square kilometers of land, 48,000 square kilometers of land, can produce millions of tons of rice. Nigeria, living on 6 times that, 962,000 square kilometers, cannot even produce 10% of what they are producing. You could see the difference. So there's a lot the youth can do, because we create jobs for them, at the same time be able to feed the nation, help in export and everything. There's quite a lot that I can do with the youth, but you need to invest in them.
Very excellent.
The government needs to support them.
Very excellent, Mr. Obi. A round of applause for him, please. What I take away is that we need leadership commitment to facilitate youth inclusion.
That's it.
Shurita, you've been there, you understand this contest pretty much, you've been in the youth dome almost all the sections. I would like to ask you, really, as an important stakeholder, how do you involve and inspire other young people in the community to see value and prosperity in this sector?
Thank you for noticing that I've been in the Youth Dome every day. So for Heifer International, we've been focusing on providing resources to smallholder farmer families. And we've been working with the families for 50 years in this continent. And what we know is that working with youth is critical because of their facile ability to deal with technology that will accelerate agricultural productivity. And what we did was we created an enabling environment through this program called AYUTE, which is Agriculture, Youth, and Technology, coming together to allow innovators and agripreneurs to test out ideas. And what we've done is provided catalytic funding, which is really important, but also the enabling environment to make sure that they can go from one stage to the next, making sure that they have partners, that they have a support, and then they understand what they're doing. And what has inspired me in the fact that we've been doing it in the 9 countries that we're in, and we just had a regional gathering here, actually, in Kigali in June, is that these young folks are working with research that is grounded in the work of smallholder farmer families. And I think that that piece cannot go unrecognized. And what we want to do is continue to support that. And being part of AFS allows us to make sure that the platform is larger than who we are as an organization. We're here to end hunger, poverty, while caring for the earth. It's not going to happen by ourselves. And when we're part of a forum like this that brings together other agripreneurs, tech innovators, there's just a sense of inspiration and a hope of what can come in the future. And they do feel that they're making a commitment to nourishing communities, but also a critical piece is their responsibility and contribution to the economic growth of the agricultural sector.
Thank you, Shweta, for really hammering on that AYUTE program as something pioneering innovation. Fred, let me come to you. We know about the youth's leadership, for them to take leadership position, but how can youth leadership and innovations help to transform the food system in Africa?
Thank you. I think you mentioned the word transformation. So transformation for me is about a step change. It's about a revolution, completely reimagining, reinventing things, right? So when you look at, if that's the end goal, then Africa is actually a fantastic place to reimagine agriculture and food systems, because one of the things I believe is that constraints drive innovation. And Africa has a lot of constraints, so you can't do things the traditional way. You have to reimagine, reinvent. So I think for me, it's about 3 things. First, it's about young people recognizing that agriculture is a huge opportunity. $50 to $70 billion is spent every year in Africa importing food that we can grow here. So you can become the next agri-billionaire if you go into the space. And how do we make agriculture as sexy as fintech and health tech and all these things that young people are doing today? The second thing, it's about recognizing that this is not just about farming and breaking your back and digging up, in the farms, but really, you can do a lot of really innovative things in the whole agriculture food chain and agribusiness, right? And the third is really about leveraging technology, right? And so with all the advances that are happening in technology, we can leapfrog and do agriculture the way in the future, not the way it was done in the past. So this is about leveraging artificial intelligence and using drones for precision farming, and data and AI for insurance, and bioinformatics for genetic breeding. How do you use sensors for aquaponics farming, and and blockchain for farming and so forth? There's just so many things that we can do, and if we do this, we can really create a whole new business for the continent for young people.
Very excellent, Fred. I like the fact that you want us to reimagine the way we picture agriculture. It's not just agriculture; it's agribusiness. One parting shot from you, 30 seconds. One parting shot. What if there's something you have to change in the sector? What will you change? 30 seconds.
We need this room to be 80% young people for the next event.
You can do that better. I love that. Sharit, I'm going to put it on your table because I know you are very passionate about young people. One parting shot, what are you going to change?
Yeah, so I think if AFS represents a microcosm of the industry, young people should be part of the co-creation and the design. And what I heard in the Youth Dome was that they wanted to be here up front in every single session. So let's do that.
Exactly. Mr. Hobby, if you had to change one thing, one parting shot, what will you change to change agriculture sector?
To invest in the energy, entrepreneurship, and innovative spirits of the young people who can drive this process by encouraging them to know that this is the next item in the future.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard it all. A round of applause for my panelists as you take your seats. Thank you so much. I like the energy here. Somebody say energy. I can hear it from that. Say energy. Continue with that energy. We are bringing on board somebody that's very energetic. If you are here on Tuesday, the opening plenary, we have really important discussions about young people and the role the SMEs play. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we are moving forward to a conversation between young people and the Agra board chair. So if your hands are not too busy, I will first of all call upon His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn, the board chair of Agra, to please join us on the stage, and the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia. You can do better. Can I hear you do better? Because we just didn't want to make it a one-way discussion, we're going to bring in 3 young leaders who are changing the narratives in their own communities to deliver full system transformation in Africa. So I want the young people in the house, if you are not clapping, that means you are not young. Right? So I'm bringing 3 young people. Number 1, please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Marie Agni Mukagami of Zima Food Limited, Rwanda. Excellent. And then joining on the stage, it's Watson Mutsa, Esut Farm Africa, South Africa. Welcome, Etsu. And then lastly, joining on the stage is Meron Shilishi Mikoni, the Marketers Academy of Ethiopia. His Excellency, how does it feel to be with young people on the seat? Are you happy? Are you happy? I want you to answer. Are you happy? I can see the smile. So I'm going to give them one, to give you just one question each, directed to you. We would like to hear from you, because we really believe that you are investing in young people. You made it mention in your opening plenary on Tuesday. So I would like Maria to please direct a question to you, and then we go in this order.
Thank you. I would to ask, what specific steps is your government or the African Union taking to increase local capacity for processing and value addition so that we can keep more of the wealth generated from our resources within the continent? Additionally, what strategies are in place to improve local packaging industries so that African-made products can compete with international brands in terms of quality and appeal?
Okay. Thank you very much for the question. I think, first of all, we have to understand that Africa is at a lower development ladder in the global setting. And if we need to improve this, we need to work very hard on our human capital development, which is very much lacking in our continent. If we talk about human capital development, then we are talking about three important things. You know, we are lacking this capacity, but government policy has to focus on education, which is the basic education. But for us, the main thing is on technical and vocational trainings and education, which is critical. So if we need to industrialize, as you mentioned, if we need to add values, we cannot do it just by wishful thinking. We need to have a basis to do that. That basis doesn't exist in our continent. So we need to have to address this market failure. Markets cannot address this alone. We need government intervention to facilitate this issue. So my experience in Ethiopia, for example, was we intentionally designed agro-industrial parks that, you know, there is one say, when I was discussing with President Xi Jinping of China in our bilateral, he was saying, you know, if you want birds to come in and enter into the nest, you have to prepare the nest first. Otherwise, without the nest, the birds will not come in and enter into that. So we need to have intentional intervention by government. So industrialization is a very tricky thing. I think you can't just do that by wishful thinking. We have to start from our comparative advantage in Africa. In this case, from the lower ladder of industrialization to move into sophisticated, high-tech industry, we have to, slowly and intentionally grow to that end. So our young people here, I think when people are talking about we need 80% of the young people attend this conference, I am pretty sure now almost 80% in AGRF, African Food Systems Forum, is young. You can see this whole. It's not just a wishful thinking, it's intentional. That has to be done. There is lack of awareness in the policy making in Africa, and we have to learn this lesson from somewhere else. For example, in East Asia, the East Asian countries moved into that ladder in one generation time only. So I think my country has learned a lot. I think I have also a very beautiful Ethiopian with me. She knows that. We intentionally did this, that industrial development is very important stage for Africa, and to industrialize, we need a human capital first. So Ethiopia has 700 technical and vocational schools at this moment, which is intentionally done. And skills are very important because we are competing in the global market, and if you do that, you need to produce in a very quality manner. The understanding of quality and quality assurance is very important. So if I give you one example, in our textile sector, initially, one Ethiopian is as productive, one Chinese as productive as like 6 Ethiopians. In 2 years' time, we made 1-to-1. One Ethiopian is equal to, in productivity, with Chinese. So I think this is very important step if you have technical and vocational understanding in the industrialization process. This is number one. Number two is infrastructure. I think without infrastructure, it becomes, again, a wishful thinking to industrialize. So if in the textile sector, if you want to industrialize, you need cotton. Cotton is produced in the rural areas. And if you don't have rural roads that can bring those cotton into Addis Ababa, then how can you industrialize properly? Because your garment has to compete with a garment which is coming from China or Bangladesh or somewhere else. So it's a very niche market. And the margin is so small. It means that you have to make competitive the production process. So infrastructure, both digital infrastructure physical infrastructure are very essential, and the governments has to invest in infrastructure in Africa. If we don't do that, then we can't industrialize properly. And the third is policy regime. I think the policy regime has to be very conducive. If that's the case, you can do that. Countries like Rwanda are moving very fast because there is intentional government follow-up, follow-through, very well, including the president himself knows what's happening on the ground. So I think that kind of aggressive and intentional leadership, entrepreneurial leadership, is required in Africa. That we expect to come from our young people. And I think you have to be engaging in politics so that you become leaders of the future. So you shouldn't shy away. You have to acquire for it, you have to get it, and become the leader of Africa. And our hope rests on our young people for the future of this continent. So these are the three issues where you can easily industrialize. So when you talk about, you said packaging and all those things, which we call it support industries. These support industries are very important. And in this case, you are very much innovative as young people. You need to somehow compete with the global packaging industries in a proper way, having that capacity to have attractive packaging in our continent. And I think that all rests on the three issues which I mentioned earlier.
Thank you, His Excellency. Can we please put a round of applause for him? I really like the fact that you're very particular about some of this area. We should be intentional in terms of our investments to support young people. I'm going to allow Watson to ask you another important question that he has.
No, thank you very much, moderator. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I run a blockchain weather index insurance product. We're in 4 countries, and we're seeing ourselves wanting to expand to more countries in Africa. So my question is twofolded. What are the concrete measures we are implementing or you're implementing to make the free trade agreement more accessible to youth? And also, what are the measures you are doing to make sure that every country sort of participates in accepting the free flow of goods and the free flow of people? Thank you.
I think, as far as I'm concerned, one of the landmark decisions our leaders has taken is the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, which is very, very essential. But its implementation is very slow. So how can we make it expeditious implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement? This is very important. Agnes knows that we in AGRA are trying to support this process. Not only AGRA, but there are also other organizations like Trademark Africa and others. So the thing is, the most important impediment now for AFCFTA implementation is non-tariff barriers. This can, if there is leadership commitment, these non-tariff barriers can easily be avoided. So one of the key issues is how can we avoid all those non-tariff barriers that impede the free flow of goods and services between our borders. This is very important. The second issue, still I come back, there is no infrastructure in Africa. I mean, there is very less infrastructure than required to move our goods and services within ourselves. The colonial infrastructure is built towards the ports because it is to move goods and services to the other parts of Africa, especially to Europe. But now we have to make our infrastructure that helps to move goods and services within ourselves. And this will take some time, but still we need to be aggressively doing that in order to make expeditious implementation of African Continental Free Trade Area. The second, the third most important thing is, again, the policy regime. I think we should be very careful in this. And in our AGRA program, we have state capacity and policy component, where we try to understand properly the policy prescriptions that help to unlock the bottlenecks. So I think this is very important. It will be, somehow tricky if governments are not, willing to implement those policy prescriptions. Then it is not easy. But we have to demand for that. So we shouldn't wait until governments are willing to do so. You, as young people, you should be organized to demand for it. I think you have to have a voice, and that voice should crack into the bureaucracy that is very much impeding the free movement of things. But at the policy level, we have to also do that. From AGRA and others, we have to come together to do that. But I also believe, again, this forum helps you to understand yourself what are the intricacies. But also we have to understand also your voice, your problems, and your bottlenecks that you have to bring. So it's a mutual understanding process that helps to unlock those problems. So I think with this, we can bring about the changes, and we are on the right track. The Rwanda's trade minister is the one who is championing this, and other ministers of trade and industry, they come together as a Council of Ministers of the African Union, and they have to take this agenda, and we are pushing towards that to improve.
Thank you, His Excellency. So while I know that we have about 5 minutes to really move on to the next one, I really wanted Celeste to really ask a question, because she's really looking forward to asking you a question on that, so that we can move also quite fast.
All right. Thank you. Salam, Your Excellency.
Salam.
So I have 2 questions for you. These are the last questions. So what measures are being put in place to ensure the African innovations receive the necessary funding, infrastructure, and policy support to scale and remain within the continent? The last question I have for you is, how can governments and regional bodies work with the private sector to create an environment that fosters and protects local innovation, ensuring it contributes to Africa's development and prosperity?
Thank you so much. I think the major difference between countries, whether they are developed or developing, is simply their capacity to adopt technology. Mm-hmm. And innovation and creativity is very important. We have to have creative thinking, and we are very happy that we have a number of our young people who are very creatively thinking, innovative, but we have to utilize that in Africa itself. Why those innovations are going to other countries is simply because there is a conducive environment there, and there is no conducive environment here in Africa. So we have to address those things, by citing 1, 2, 3, and understanding the problems themselves. So in this case, one of the things is, again, I will come back to the policy regime. There is no supporting policy regime or no proper policy regime to support innovation and creativity in our continent. So we have to prescribe that. And my question to you as young people is, what are those things? Most of our leaders do not know them. Even though they do have the willingness to support, they need to understand them. And sometimes only blaming the leaders up there will not help. So you have to come with solutions. What are those things? You have to tell us. I assure you that most of the African young leaders are ready to support this innovation and creativity in Africa. That's the first one. The second one is, again, infrastructure to continue with that, and conducive environment. So I think lack of awareness is one of the things that we have to address, and this forum can help us in doing so, but it should go beyond that, and it should be continental. And we'll continue to champion on this together with our young people. And I hope innovations and creativity will remain in our continent for the benefit of our continent.
Thank you so much, His Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause once again.
Yeah.
Thank you. I know we have young people having their seats at the seats, youth at the seats, but I don't want them to just be at the seat. I want them to be in the picture, youth in the picture. Please, can we please have a picture with young people and His Excellency, please, as we take our seat afterward. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm getting to prepare your mind for what to expect, because in the next 1 or 2 minutes, we are going to have, we are switching transition now. We're going to the Go-Getters Agripreneurship Prize Competition 2024. Is somebody excited about that? I used to say, don't fall my hand. Very excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you. We're very grateful for that wonderful discussions that you have with young people. Moving on. Each year we launch the Go-Get Agripreneurship Prize Competition, and this year we have 12 Go-Getters finalists. As you already know, when this whole competition started, it started in 2018 by Steve Masiwaya, founder and chairman of Econet, and we have Steen Chore Oesheta, the president and CEO of Yara International. Came together that we need not just the voices of young people, but we need to invest in them. And under the leadership of the president of AGRA, President Dr. Kalibata, also, we have this conceptualized and now being launched here at the AFS Forum 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward, we'd like you to please take a look at the 12 young people that we've had so far. These are amazing innovators that are changing the context and solving critical challenges that we face in the food system in Africa. And as you know, we're not going to give just 2 award prizes. There are several award prizes that we will give today. And all of this will not be possible without the important stakeholders who see the need to invest in young people, who see the need to help catalyze the innovations that young people have. And for that, I would like you, as I'm mentioning name, I would like you to please keep clapping, just as a token of appreciation of what they've done in supporting youth innovation. For this year, we've received massive support from Yara International. We are not clapping. We have the support of Econet Group, MasterCard Foundation, AGRA, USAID, SNV, the Southern African Confederation of Agricultural Union, and of course, the African Food System Forum partners as well. Thank you so much for making this happen. And if you are in the youth dome, you'll see that there are people who are scrutinizing young people and say, asking those tough questions. How do you go to the market? I say, how do you go to the market? You walk to the market now. But they say, you don't have to walk to the market. It's, what is your business model? What challenges are you trying to solve? So ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for all of the judges for this year's Agripreneurship Award. Thank you. And as we launch today's award, as we call it, I'm very nervous as well, honestly. And I'm not the one winning the award, but just imagine. To really lead us into that section, it's no other person than the pioneering of this great innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage with me, Dr. Agnes Kalibata, the president of AGRA. Always putting youth up front. Dr. Kalibata, I know you are very energetic, so I don't want you to sit down. Look at that sneakers. May I please kindly, Dr. Kalibata, may I please kindly ask you to please stay in the middle and stand? Because I know you have the energy, right? And then joining on stage with me as we unveil the award ceremony for today is Mr. Hane Kertwig, the special advisor to the CEO of Yara. Hannah, please come on stage. Very excellent. Sometimes you say, when we went to the university and all of that, and we want to do the exam, and you see your invigilator coming like this, everybody look at it. I have not opened it, and I don't know what is there. So I'm going to hand it over. Yes, this one.
But before before you start, Agnes, one, I want to just, if you allow me to call you my African sister. We've been on this journey for the last 15 years, and I can't, being here on stage with you to celebrate youth entrepreneurship and young leaders. I think that is so rewarding for us. So,
thank you. And
Dr. Kalibata, before you do that, can you please make sure you show the audience that it's not opened, so they know?
Okay, so first of all, it's not open.
Yes.
Second, have you seen these youth sneakers?
This is dope. So for this year, we have what is called, first and foremost, the Impact Award. And the Impact Award seems to showcase young people who are changing the narratives and having impacts on their communities with their projects and innovation. And for that category, we have four winners for this year. And as you may likely know, we have some of them in the room, and some of them will join us online as well. So I will allow Dr. Kalibata to please unveil the four winners of this category.
Excuse me, it's my turn, okay? Okay. People are listening to me. People, listen here. The four Impact Award winners will receive each 15,000. Let's start with that. So here we go. I'm going to read the four names. Are you ready? Okay. In no order. Charles Oyamo, Rethread Africa, Kenya, Technology Impact Prize. Charles is converting agricultural waste into sustainable bioplastics. The next one is Tisha Mukuna, Laboratoire, DRC, Job Creation and Improving Rural Livelihoods Impact Prize, a leader in the coffee value chain, improving agricultural practices and job creation through their One Cut, One Job initiative. Salima Toho, Agribanana, Côte d'Ivoire. Resource Use and Climate Impact Prize, innovating banana plant waste to create natural fiber and biodegradable packaging, driving sustainability. And last but not least, last week I was in Madagascar. I thought I had learned how to say this, but Liantowosa Miyalinalindala. Saka for Madagascar, Job Creation, Nutrition and Gender Impact Prize, processing fruits and vegetables into nutritious, traceable products while promoting sustainable agriculture. There you have it, your four winners.
Thank you so much. Here you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, we can do better. These are Young Impact Award winners for this year. And as we continue to move forward, we have these ones. For the ones that we have in the room, please, the Impact Award, kindly come on stage. Now, DJ, you are talking. Give me that beat. Excellence. Put it down. Thank you. Thank you so much. We move forward. And now, very quick. Now, ladies and gentlemen, each year we normally give 2 grand prize winners for this year's Go-Getters Agripreneurship Prize Competition, with each of them winning $50,000 each. And for this year, as usual, we have 2 winners. And as you can see, please kindly have your seats. Thank you. As you can see, it's C. Nobody. We are just opening it now. So, Dr. Kalibata and Mr. Hannett, please, over to you to please unveil the grand winner for this year, 2024, Go-Getters Agripreneurship Prize Competition Award winners.
I guess this is suspense now. And just also following up on what Rita said earlier, I'm super happy to be the one who actually takes the Women Award. And the winner of the Women's Award, or Female Award this year, will take home the grand prize of $50,000 is Fatima El Kou. She is the founder and CEO or Head of Research and Innovation for Yafifa. Please come on stage.
Don't stop, don't stop, don't stop. Yep. Please, just stay right there on stage. Stay right there on stage. Show them, show them. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Stay?
Stay.
Yes.
So here we go. The male winner, we have female and the male. The male winner of the 50,000 prize of the Go-Getters Award is none other than Idris Mohammed. Yeah.
Congratulations. This is the energy. I see the flag. Please stay on the stage. May I kindly ask that we have Dr. Kalibata and Mr. Hannett to please, first of all, take the picture with them. And afterward, please, may I ask His Excellency Ali Mariam, the board Agra, to please join them on the stage. And please, may I kindly ask also that we have Rita Roy to please join them on the stage as well. And Surita, please join them on the stage. And Mr. Hobby, please kindly join them on the stage. Photographers, this is your moment. I give you 1 minute, 30 seconds. These are your winners, ladies and gentlemen. The Young Go-Getters Award winners for 2024. With a cash prize of $50,000 each. DJ, you are there, I see you. This is the energy. Thank you. His Excellency, may I please kindly ask you to please remain on the stage, please. Dr. Kalibata, please remain on the stage. Please, may I kindly ask all of the other finalists, pardon my omission, all of the other finalists in the room, please come on the stage for a photo group with Dr. Kalibata and Mr. Hare. If you're a finalist here, please come on the stage very quickly. Thank you. His Excellency, please, we have kindly asked to join on the stage with the other finalists, please. Excellence. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. You can go back to your seat, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, please, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Dr. Kalibata for our closing remark.
Thank you, moderator. I'm going to see if we can move through this very quickly. Thank you. So as we come to the end of this fantastic ceremony that we just had here today, I wanted to really start by recognizing all the people that have contributed to this year's ceremony, the Go-Getters Award we just had. And the institutions have been called out, but let me just repeat and call out Yara, for the support that you have provided this year and the engagement, MasterCard Foundation, Haifa International, Econet Wireless. Did I forget anything else? Of course, Agra and the team at Agra that is doing this work. For everything that you've done to give these young people an opportunity to be here to celebrate with us today. We are grateful for all your support. We are grateful for all your engagement. I also wanted to just give you a few numbers coming out of the Youth Dome. This year we had a Youth Dome like we did last year. We started last year. Thank you, Pate, for great ideas coming into this forum. The Youth Dome is a space we have created for young people to come and mix, mingle, and express their views. This year we had over 1,000 youth, and if you were up there every day was ideas and ideas and ideas and celebration. But for me, this really came through when it came to some of the sessions, the technology session. We've never had anything like that before because we had really concrete ideas of of things that people are doing. But we also saw that in every other place in the forum. So it's true, Fred, we need 80% of this forum to be young people. And it's true, Rita, when agriculture works, the world works. So thank you. Oh, by the way, when food systems, not agriculture, when food systems work, the world works. I also wanted to appreciate that 60% of those youth were women. I also wanted to appreciate that for the first time, we had indigenous women, and you've seen them, led by Hindi. Where is Hindi? Yeah, led by Hindi. Thank you for being here, Hindi, and supporting these young indigenous women that were here. We gave them a platform this year, and we're extremely excited. And we also had young people living with disabilities, and thank you, Rita, and your team for insisting that we find space and bring these people forward. Going forward, we will continue working with you. We will continue ensuring that all the young people that come here, that make it to this level, because you're winners all the way from Wire to AgriHack, Pitch AgriHack, to Go-Getters. You all are winners, and you know what? Your businesses are going to see the light of day. So congratulations again, and you can count on all of us here to support you. I was given a piece of paper just a second. One of the things that we also celebrate, the young people gave us a declaration. They put together a Africa Youth Declaration on climate that they want taken to COP29. So I just wanted you to know that we were also not just dancing, we are being concrete as well. Now, would the following people please come forward to celebrate what is happening here? Because young people here have made commitments on this, I don't know what to call it, but they've made on that commitment platform. So, Your Excellency, the chair of the Agro Board, Harry Miriam, Rita, I'm sorry, you're going to have to come back all up. Come back up. Surita, Annie, and myself, I'm told. So we are going to take pictures with these young people, and maybe there's one young person that is just going to pick out one commitment there and read it for the rest of us to hear, to represent all these commitments that you've done. So who is that one young voice? Nana, you want to be the voice. What's the voice? What's the one commitment that we all must know from this plate? Your Excellency, Minister from Cote d'Ivoire, can you also please join us for this photo? Thank you for being here. So, the one theme, because people seem to think that today the one thing that comes through after a survey of all these things, one thing that came through is accountability. These young people are prepared to be accountable. Thank you, guys.
Dr. Kalibata, may I please ask you to join in the photo section as well? Because your commitment is very bold in the middle. Very excellent. Thank you so much. This is really awesome. Another thing that we probably should mention also is the fact that all of the other finalists that are also walking away with another prize award being given to them. And we thank very much our partners, the USA Heidi, for their support on this. And this particular one, it's the Young Catalyst Award. And they'll be going home with a cash prize that will be given to them as well. We should clap for them as well. Please, can we please do that? So, ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to the next year Go-Getters Award again, and to also see a lot of interesting young innovators changing and delivering full system transformation in Africa. I forgot to mention my name the other time, but my name is John Adbola. I'm the foundation manager for ARCO in working on full system transformation around the world. Thank you so much, and it's been an honor to host this event. Thank you. kindly ask to invite you to the stage. If you want to take picture with this Kigali Declaration from young people, please, the wall is yours to come and pose. I would like to see this trending on social media. If you want to take a picture, just come around, take your phone, take a selfie. Yeah, this is really very nice. Again, if you would like to take a picture with the wall, please, you can join. Or if you still want to write your own commitments, you can come and write. This is still very much open. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly excuse us and step out a bit. We're preparing for the next session that is happening. Please kindly step out. Please kindly step out. We're preparing for the next session that is about to start. They need electricity. The guy. That's not my job, man. Who's the guy? Baikulu wenye. Tugira na Baikulu team ya Baikulu. Where is Mugisha? Do you have his number? Then I call him. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly step out, please. We're preparing for the next session. This guy is not picking up, man. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly step out, please. We're preparing for the next session. Kindly leave. We're preparing for the next session, please. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly leave the room, please. We're preparing for the next session.
They will come for them. I don't know them. Oh, you don't know them? Okay. Me, just my mind, I don't know them. Yeah. So we just get, what time can we come back? 2. That's when the session starts. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's the closing ceremony. At 2? Yes. Thank you. So, you can just don't know them. We should have just seen them. But the thing is, somebody here and someone here. So if they come, you can put all the cameras.
2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2. 2. 2, 2. 2, 2.
Mr. Clad on the bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, good afternoon. Oh my goodness, one person responded. We're going to be here all afternoon. We are preparing for the opening performance and just to get us excited for this closing ceremony. So please take your seats. We are getting started. If you can hear me from outside, this is a good time to get into the room so we can get this show on the road. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats so we can get started and introduce this high-level closing ceremony of the Africa Food Systems Forum 2024. I'm so excited to be here with you. I'm so excited to be back here and to do this right now. I see people still coming in. I'm literally waiting for them to come into the room so we can get started with this final event of what has been an incredible week here at the Africa Food Systems Forum. I will come back and tell you about the translation and some housekeeping in a moment. Right now, though, if you're still standing, please take a seat. If you are still standing, kindly take a seat. We are about to get started. If you're coming into the room, this is a good time to come in, get situated, so we can officially kick off this high-level closing ceremony of the Africa Food Systems Forum. And if you're sitting at the back, why are you afraid of the front? I see a bunch of empty seats somewhere in the middle. This is the whole backbench situation. Some people just naturally gravitate toward the back. You can step forward. I promise, the people sitting in the middle seats do not bite. All right. Let me try this one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. 3 people are responding. We're getting there. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa Food Systems Forum 2024. Good afternoon. Yes, we're almost there. My name is Larry Mido. I'm an international correspondent at CNN. I'm delighted to be back here for another edition of the Africa Food Systems Forum and to be here to shepherd this final installment of the program, which will include a high-level debate and discussions and some remarks from our leaders. Thank you for staying back. Thank you for sticking around. We have simultaneous translation, and you can pick up the headsets at the back. There is translation headsets at the back that you can pick up. So channel 1 is for English, channel 2 is for French, channel 3 is for Portuguese, and channel 4 is for Arabic. Il y a traduction, chaîne 1 pour anglais, 2 pour français, 3 portugais et 4 pour arabe. I tried that. You're laughing at me. Come on, you should give me a celebration for my French. Thank you. Should I try that in Arabic or Portuguese? Take a pic. Should I try that in Arabic or in Portuguese? Anyway, the reason why we're having this conversation is because we need to feed ourselves as Africans, and this is the preeminent forum for those discussions about feeding this continent. And I'm so delighted that we're having this high-level discussion and these guests to talk about and make some solid, actionable points about the way forward. And we're going to get into all that in a second. I still see a lot of people standing around here. If you could kindly please take your seat and clear this area so we can get started. If you're still standing, if you're coming into the room, please take your seat so we can get started and get this show on the road. We'll be joined in a moment by the leaders, and then we can officially get started. But I just want to make sure that everybody's seated while we're doing this. It's always great to be back here in Kigali, one of my favorite cities, one of Africa's greatest cities. That was a cue for people in the room to clap. You missed it. So let me try it one more time. It is great. Hang on, chill. Wait. You gotta wait for my cue. I am so excited to be back in Kigali, one of Africa's greatest cities. The people I paid in the room are responding. I love it. This is working. We are going to have 2, maybe 3 sections in this closing event. We'll have some opening remarks. We'll have a quick debate. We'll look back on the week that this has been at the Africa Food Systems Forum, and we'll hear some closing remarks and a vote of thanks for everybody that made this possible. They've been working tirelessly over the past few, I think, months actually, to get everybody here. More than 5,000 people came in from across the continent and across the world. I wonder who came from the furthest. Can somebody shout in the crowd? Sir, where did you come from? San Francisco. Oh wow, the West Coast. That was a long journey. San Francisco. Did anybody come further than San Francisco? Where did you come from, Miley? Where? Singapore. Okay, that's incredible. I think you might have the San Francisco guy beat. Did somebody come from further than Singapore? Going once, going twice. If I had a gift hamper, I would have given the lady from Singapore and the gentleman from San Francisco. But thank you for coming out to Africa Food Systems Forum. I hope it was worth it. I hope you've had fruitful discussions. Thumbs up both sides. Wonderful. I guess that's a credit to the team that pulled this off. We're just getting the seats here situated, getting all set up, and then we are ready to kick off with the opening remarks and the first, maybe the last debate of the Africa Food Systems Forum. When I give you the cue, I will kindly ask you to stand so we can welcome our leaders. Not now, but when that happens, I will give you the cue for that. So just make sure you got some standing space. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand and welcome the Prime Minister of Rwanda, Mr. Edouard Ngirente, and the Undersecretary General of the United Nations, Her Excellency Amina J. Mohammed. Please give them a big round of applause as they come in, so it doesn't sound like such a dead room. I promise, they're coming. I promise. Okay, between you and me, you can sit for now until we see them for sure. just between the two of us, between you and me. When I see them for real, that was the rehearsal. Then we'll do it for real. All right, now that you already rehearsed this, I think you're going to be the best standers anywhere in the world when this happens for real. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand and welcome the Right Honorable Edouard Ngirente, Prime Minister of Rwanda, and Her Excellency Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. They are accompanied by other leaders who are joining us this afternoon here in Kigali as we close the Africa Food Systems Forum 2024. Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome. We're delighted that you're with us. You may have your seats. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon for the final element of the Africa Food Systems Forum 2024. I'm Larry Midowo. I'm an international correspondent at CNN, but most of all, I'm a proud African. I'm so glad to be among yourselves to steer this final bit of this excellent conversation. One more time, we have translation headsets at the back, and you can pick them up right now. 1 is for English, 2 is for French, 3 is for Portuguese, and 4 is for Arabic. My job here is very simple, is to kick this, and it's my great pleasure to welcome her to Kigali and to make her remarks. Please put your hands together for the framing remarks from a UN perspective on the private sector and food systems. Her Excellency Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations.
Let's get this down. Thank you so much. Your Excellency, the Prime Minister of Rwanda, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and many friends, let me start by thanking our Right Honourable Prime Minister and His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn for the invitation to join you here today at this Food Systems Forum for 2024. But I believe that my first appreciation goes from what I'm hearing is to the young people who have been here and who have been raising the roof. So a big applause for young people. So these young people, can the Nigerians in the room please show how we say young people? Young people here? But most importantly, I am really grateful for the opportunity to be reunited with a very special lady, Agnes Kalibata, the president of AGRA, and the former special envoy for the Food Systems Summit. She's been an incredible champion and inspiration to Africa, for food systems, and for the women and men whose livelihoods depend on these systems. Together with Agnes, all of you have helped to grow the African Food Systems Forum, the narrative for Africa, all into a critical gathering for the continent. And I'm pleased to finally be able to participate in person. Excellencies and friends, this meeting comes at a really timely moment. Later this month, at the United Nations, we will convene in New York for the Summit of the Future. And what does that mean? It means a rethink of multilateralism and what it is that we need to be going forward after 75 years of the same model. Throughout months of discussions and preparation of that summit, we have seen an indisputable consensus that's bringing hope to future generations. And this really depends on our ability to address today the most pressing issues of our times as we seek to deliver in Africa on Agenda 2063. It also includes building strong, sustainable food systems that can support people, economies, and the environment alike into the future. Africa's voice, especially our youth, for the potential of food systems to help us in achieving the Sustainable Development Agenda is going to be critical. The role of women and young people must be supported and nurtured. And might I just offer here a real importance for us to see an intergenerational discussion between us and young people. Without this, we will not see the future that we all need and deserve. But we do meet at a challenging moment. The world is facing multiple complex interconnected challenges, and our great continent is being hit hard by a devastating series of global shocks. They're having a huge impact on people, on the environment and our economies. COVID-19, the cost of living crisis, and the triple planetary crisis of climate, biodiversity loss, and pollution, all of these have brought immense pain and are further exacerbating Africa's vulnerabilities and reversing the gains that we have had in the last decade in delivering on sustainable development. Over the past week, I know that we have heard your concerns, particularly after a long period of improvement, hunger has worsened substantially in Africa. Around 280 million people are undernourished, an increase of 57 million people since the COVID-19 pandemic. I think it's important here to get past those figures and to know that they are people, women, children, young people in each one of our countries. Small farmers are affected every year by climate-related weather events, with losses estimated at $670 million per year. And it is our women farmers, our indigenous communities, and I have to give a shout out here for my sister Hindatu, who has really shown us that these are an integral part of our communities that we must not leave behind. Thank you, Hindatu. They feel these shocks most acutely. Indeed, for our women farmers, households headed by women in rural areas lost about 8% more of their income to heat stress than male-headed households. And their reduction in income when flood struck was about 3% greater than the loss to men. The difference taken across the world's low and middle-income countries adds up to about an extra $37 billion lost to women from heat stress and an extra $16 billion from floods each year. But the economic pain is not theirs alone. It is also keenly felt in national coffers. For national governments, debt servicing is at an all-time high due to the external shocks. In fact, on the continent of Africa, we are paying more in debt servicing than we are receiving overseas development assistance today. The pressure to address these shocks further constrains national budgets and fiscal space, and this leaves little to invest in sustainable development. In fact, many national governments are spending much more on debt servicing than on health, on education, and sanitation, let alone building a more climate-resilient future. One by one, these pressures result in low investment, low growth, and a stalled progress towards the SDGs and Agenda 2063. But I am optimistic. As we prepare for the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, global leaders are actively looking at ways to make the SDG stimulus a reality. The SDG stimulus called for by the Secretary General last year is aimed at enhancing and expanding SDG implementation. And what it does include is an increased access to long-term concessional financing and a new financial architecture that better supports developing countries as they invest in the systems that their people need. Long-term concessional financing is not new to the international community. That's what we had as the UN itself came into place in 1945. In some cases, a few countries have only just finished paying their debt of 1945 today. So in building nations, rebuilding communities, we need long-term concessional financing. Food systems are one of the systems that require massive investment and, of course, a financial stimulus. Under Brazil's presidency, the G20 is convening the Hunger and Poverty Alliance, which brings momentum to the food systems transformation agenda that we had agreed on at the 2022 Food Systems Summit in Rome. It's time to transform our words to action. Progress requires efforts at scale and with a great sense of urgency. It will also depend on working in an integrated manner towards our shared goals of a green economy that should be anchored in renewable energy, digital connectivity, jobs, and stronger social protection and education. Excellencies, friends, the focus of your discussions at this year's African Food Systems Forum has created a new momentum and a vision that will help us to navigate the challenges using existing tools to achieve our commitments in transforming food systems. Yesterday evening, I was really privileged to watch a whole group of young people at the University of Rwanda as they took innovation across sectors. The Prime Minister of Rwanda reminded me today that those innovations should be beyond just speaking to technology, but get into the agriculture sector, get into education, get into health. So using these and innovation is going to be important. And I'm grateful for UNDP in pushing forward this initiative, Timbuktu, to make that so across the continent. But the success of any global agreements or commitments will ultimately be measured in the lives that we must change through implementation. And I'm urging all of us today to make our commitments to the SDGs and Agenda 2063 a reality for all, not only on paper, but in the daily lives of tens of millions of people within our continent and the world who are counting on us. Let's keep the promise to ourselves and the future that we are leaving for our children. and let's continue working together to build food systems that Africa needs and, more importantly, does have the potential to deliver. Thank you.
Another round of applause for the Deputy Secretary General, please. Thank you so much for coming out all the way to Kigali, for speaking to us, for spending some time here, for going to the University of Rwanda. She has another meeting that she has got to go to, so if you see her leave in a moment, it's because she's trying to, do see a lot of people in the short time that she is in Kigali. But thank you so much for doing that. And now it is my pleasure to welcome our host, the Right Honorable Prime Minister of Rwanda, Edouard Ngirente, to make his remarks.
Your Excellency Amina Mohamed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency Harry Mariam, former Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia and Chair of the AGRA Board and Africa's Food System Forum. Honorable Ministers here present, Dr. Agnes Kalibata, President of AGRA, representative of private sector, Africa Food Systems Forum partners, distinguished guests. Today, as we come to the last day of this important summit, I'm pleased to join you again as we recognize the significant contribution of key players involved in promoting Africa's food systems, including the private sector. I would like to begin by thanking our sister, Her Excellency Amina Mohamed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, who, despite her busy schedule, has made time to join us in this session. We commend your active involvement in addressing developmental issues on our continent, including catalyzing food systems transformation. As you know, on the first day of this summit, we officially launched the Africa Agricultural Status Report 2024. It is interesting to note that the focus in this report was put on accelerating the private sector for food systems transformation in Africa. While we recognize that the government efforts to strengthen food systems and ensure availability and accessibility of nutritious food are key, they are not sufficient on their own. Therefore, it is imperative that the private sector's input is included in shaping and executing the food system agenda. I'm therefore glad for this opportunity to share Rwanda's perspective on promoting private sector in the food systems. First, I would like to highlight that in our journey toward the food systems transformation, we remain committed as government of Rwanda to our Vision 2050 and to the other international commitments. These include the Sustainable Development Goals and the Comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development Program, among others. Our focus is particularly on SDG 2, which aims to end the hunger, achieve food security, and improve the nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. Rwanda aims at modernizing crops and animal resources production, strengthening market linkages, boosting exports, and ensuring food and nutrition security for all Rwandans. Here, the involvement of the private sector is very much needed, not only in the market, but also at the production level. We are committed to leveraging technology, promoting climate-smart agriculture, and creating opportunities for our youth in agricultural sector. Importantly, at the core of our strategy are innovative approaches, such as establishing agri-hubs. These concentrate resources to specific production areas and foster synergies among agri-food systems actors to drive agricultural transformation in Rwanda. To achieve this strategy, Rwanda has leveraged the private sector engagement more than ever before. This was done because we recognize that sustainable growth cannot be achieved without direct involvement of the private sector. Rwanda is committed to creating a conducive environment for the private sector to play a pivotal role in transforming its food systems by putting in place supportive policy frameworks and developing essential infrastructures. The government is also working to de-risk the agricultural sector, by implementing measures such as crop and animal insurance scheme, improving access to finance, and promoting climate resilience farming practices. Our distinguished guests, as I conclude, I have no doubt our diversified panel will bring a wealth of experience and insights into this critical conversation. I'm convinced that we will gain valuable insights on how the private sector can drive agricultural transformation with a focus on empowering farmers and agribusiness through financial services, agribusiness support, and promoting agri-exports through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. As you may recall, the historical signing of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area agreement took place here in this room, actually, in Kigali in 2018. Rwanda remains committed to supporting the effective implementation of this agreement. Finally, I would like to reiterate Rwanda's commitment to continue engaging the private sector in driving agri-food systems to improve food security and nutrition for all Rwandans. I thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Prime Minister. If you would just stay with me there for a second. We'd like to get a picture with the Deputy Secretary General as well, Dr. Agnes Kalibata and His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn right here at the front. We'll just get a picture so we can memorialize this moment. And Ahmad Pate Sene as well, MD of the Africa Food Systems Forum, please get here to the front so we can all... Okay, they're going to arrange that picture so it looks nice and proper. When you see this picture 7 years from now, you'll be like, yeah, I was there when that picture was done. I remember it. And you can take a picture on your phone, of course. You know you want to. You can pull out your phone and take a picture as they do this and get that picture set up real quick. Thank you for being out here, for sharing your insights. And special thank you to the Prime Minister, who's been here several times this week, sharing the Rwanda perspective, meeting with all of you industry professionals from across the world. As we gathered, we've got people coming from San Francisco, from Singapore, and everywhere else in between. I also came a long way. I came from a little city known as Nairobi. It's very far, but I made it here. I walked. You don't believe me. Oh, you little faith. Thank you so much. Thank you, and a special thank you to the Deputy Secretary General who will now be leaving. We really appreciate your time for being here. We are now going to go into the final great debate of the Africa Food Systems Forum 2024. Can Africa feed itself? First of all, let me poll you guys. Show of hands, and also you can give me feedback. Do you think that Africa can feed itself? You are not convinced, so let's try that one more time. Kigali, do you think that Africa can feed itself? Well, you have come to the right place because that's what we're talking about. How did you know? So we'd like to hear some private sector perspectives, so please welcome to the stage Dr. James Mwangi, CEO of Equity Bank Holdings. Give him a big round of applause as he joins me on the stage. Second seat. Please welcome Lord Collins of Highbury, the Minister for Africa from the United Kingdom. Please welcome Mr. Wamkele Mene, CEO of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And please welcome, last but not least, Nelly Mukazire, Deputy CEO of the Rwanda Development Bank. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining me on this panel that we want to hear from your respective perches, the private sector perspectives on how we as Africans can feed ourselves. And I'm excited to have the UK minister here as well because you made a big announcement this week that we'll get to in a second. One of the stories I was covering this past few days was a story out of Namibia. You might have seen that Namibia is culling some wild animals, 723 wild animals to feed the people. That's part of the government's contribution to the famine relief program. Namibia and some countries in Southern Africa have been hit by the worst drought in 100 years. And this is their effort to try and make sure that these animals that were going to die anyway get to feed the people. So hippos, elephants, impalas, elands, zebras are being fed to the people because they are suffering. And they've had a problem where as the pastures have dried up, as there's little grazing land and very little water, there's some human-wildlife conflict. The elephants especially are killing people, so this is part of also that depopulation process. But it speaks to some of these shocks that the Deputy Secretary General was talking about that Africa has been hit with, whether it's the droughts or the effects of the climate crisis, COVID-19. And I think these people sitting here at the front are best placed to talk about what the private sector can do to make sure that Africa can feed itself. And you saw the very unscientific poll I just did. People in the room believe that Africa can feed itself. And Nelly, I'm going to start with you. How can the private sector help contribute to that?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for having me on this panel. I think the starting point is that private sector is enabled to be able to participate into that journey. And the biggest role is, first of all, played by government in terms of setting a conducive environment for that. Private sector is always oriented by being able to make an investment where they can also bring a result, a change, but where they can also get the result of what they want to address. So the starting point for the private sector to be able to play a role into that is also to look at what environment we are creating to enable a private sector to flourish and work in that. I'll give examples for the case of government of Rwanda of two things I'll specifically say and speak of, is the ease of doing business. I'll give an example of the new investment code that was set in 2021, which was intentionally geared towards facilitating private sector investment, where you can have even preferential income rate up to 15%. And for agriculture sector specifically, you have exemption of importation duties for agriculture equipments, but also finding funds and ways of helping them to get access to finance. I'll give an example of the Export Growth Fund, which has been set to enable private sector to have finances in terms of guarantees or in terms of even matching grants. The third one I'll mention that would enable also the private sector to be part of that is to look at being involved in what are the strategic projects that are addressing the issue of food system, the whole chain. Let me give an example of a platform or a hub that we created, we call Gabiro, Agriculture Hub. And government has set infrastructure, irrigation, water systems, electricity system, that will enable also investors to have a starting point. Because one of the challenges is also the rate of being able to make investment in agriculture, as most of you know, which has been and is most of the time affected by climate change, by so many uncertainties. So programs like those will enable now also to have private sector. Today we have 70 companies in that hub, whereby 4 are international investors and 3 local investors. So some of those platforms and examples will help also the private sector to take part. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Mwangi, similar question. You operate the largest financial services group in this region. You operate here in Rwanda, in the DRC, across Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. How are you making sure that we have enough food?
Thank you very much, and it's a privilege to be here. I think for us at Equity Group, what we would uniquely contribute is because we understand the landscape of Africa, is to come with an integrated plan on how Africa can not only feed itself, but contribute to food security. The issues that we have at heart, one is productivity. Africa's food productivity is an eighth of the world standard. Yet the inputs are from the same market. We buy the fertilizers, we buy input, seeds, like anybody who is producing 8 times what we are producing. So essentially, we are out of the marketplace. So the first thing is to build capacity of our African farmers to be able to produce the same level of productivity because they are operating in the same market with the Western farmer. That will not happen unless there is a deliberate effort by governments to build capacity to the small-scale farmers. We expect peasant farmers to produce for the marketplace. That would never happen. So how can we make that happen? Deliberate policy shift, coherent policy shift is necessary. The second thing that we must provide is markets. If you look at Costa Rica, it became a world leader in banana production, not because of investment, but because of accessing the farmers a market. If you look at Ukraine, it can feed the entire Africa on its own, yet it's just 60% of the land mass of Tanzania. So it's not lack of land, it's not lack of labor, it's lack of coherent policies and not investing in the capability of the farmer to have the capacity to compete in a global marketplace from a productivity perspective. The last one is that we must shift agriculture from being a social sector to a commercial sector. Once agriculture becomes a commercial sector, the issue of capital and investment will never arise. The reason why the global capital invests in Ukraine and other markets is because there is a return to investment. In Africa, if you invest and your productivity is an eighth of the world productivity, you never break even. So there's no possibility under the current circumstances for Africa to address the issue of financing. So let's address productivity, let's address that through policy, let's create market, and the market will solve the problem of finance. Equity has $14 billion. Out of that, 60% is in liquid form because it's lacking opportunities that give it a return. Capital finance look for a return. Agriculture is not giving a market return.
So you have money that you're willing to lend out to people to, raise that productivity, but you don't see the potential for a return there.
Yeah, because they will never make, they will never reach a break-even point.
Right.
So if they can't be able to cover the cost of production, then finance becomes a waste. It is deliberately, I will be giving them money knowing that they will not be able to pay. And that's where a policy intervention can come in. How do we break that vicious cycle of small-scale farmers? How can we de-risk? But there is no need of de-risking if we don't address capacity issues, because it will be a permanent de-risking mechanism.
Right.
But if we build capacity, we only need to de-risk them once.
Wow, we'll come back to that productivity in a second. Lord Collins, you just announced £25 million from the UK to set up a new vehicle specifically for the food and agriculture sector in Africa. Tell us a little bit more about this investment and why now?
Well, I think it's an investment. And by the way, I just want to reiterate, the new government in the United Kingdom is committed, absolutely committed to partnership in Africa, and certainly a partnership based on economic growth, because economic growth is how we actually will feed us all for the future, as we've just heard. And the actual investment that we're making, the £25 million investment, is actually one of those foundational investments, focusing on small and medium-sized businesses who flourish and grow and develop even more. I do think, actually, I could just say something about this conference, because I have been incredibly, it's been on a big learning curve for me, because very often we talk about the challenges we face, but we don't actually talk about the very optimistic story, the positive story that Africa is about. Because I have learned about innovation here, I've learned about entrepreneurship, I've also learned about how actually we're focusing on the complete chain from the production to the market. And actually, the stories that I've heard have been actually doing the reverse. Where's the market? How can we expand that market? What are the barriers to that market? And then looking back towards the production level. And actually, you know, there's a real positive story, particularly when you look at some of the infrastructure systems that we have and we have seen developed. One of the other areas I was looking at was the Lobito corridor, looking at how infrastructure was developed for the extraction industry, but that infrastructure has created added value to that extraction, and there's processes being developed, creating income for the local economy, which is then being supported through investments into small and medium-sized agricultural investments, who are then finding markets using that infrastructure to transport it. So there's a very, very strong positive story here that needs to be told. I know that we have huge challenges, climate change, but I've also visited something here yesterday, which was looking at the cold chain, how we can facilitate more effective distribution using very innovative technology. So I'm going to leave Rwanda committed to that partnership for growth, but with a real strong sense of optimism for the future in terms of how we can deliver growth between us for the benefit of world trade.
All right. Wamkele, when I was talking about that Namibia example of the massive drought they're facing and the food shortages there, and I think that is right up your alley as the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. How can we make sure that places on the continent where there's surplus, that can flow down to Namibia and parts of Southern Africa that are facing this massive crisis right now?
Well, thank you very much. First, let me appreciate the government of Rwanda for hosting us here, and also congratulate Africa Food Systems Forum, His Excellency Prime Minister Haile Mariam and President Kalibata for convening us here. I think it is timely. Both the Minister and Dr. Mwangi spoke about access to markets. The continent of Africa imports over $100 billion worth of food annually. Rice, maize, soya, different types of grains. The highest import tariff that ourselves as Africans impose against one another is 65% on agricultural products. So if you look at, on the range of what we call tariff peaks, the largest and the highest tariffs that we impose against one another as Africans is on agricultural products. And yet, we are importing over $100 billion worth of food from other parts of the world. Now, if you go to Zimbabwe, if you go to Ethiopia, Ethiopia had a surplus on wheat, and so did Zimbabwe and a few other countries. The barrier that we must eliminate as a matter of urgency is intra-Africa prohibitive tariffs for trading in agricultural, basic agricultural products. This is the number one challenge. Because if we don't address this challenge of intra-Africa barriers to trade in agricultural products, the investment that we require will result in nothing.
Right.
So access to new markets is critical, and that is enabled by reducing and eliminating barriers to trade. The good news is this. There is a food insecurity crisis that we must take advantage of. Because of external factors, geopolitical conditions around the world, we have seen an unprecedented food insecurity crisis in Africa. We have seen millions and millions of people being pushed back into poverty. The good news is this. There are countries that can supply the continent. There are countries that can provide food security on the continent and even regions. And so this is why this is a very, very important task for the ministers of trade to advise the heads of states to introduce tools that will enable the continent of Africa to, in a very short space of time, overcome this crisis. It is totally unacceptable that a country of 45 million people feeds 1.4 billion people. Yeah. We absolutely cannot be in that condition. And yet we know that there are countries in Africa that have the capability to provide food security and food security in Africa. This is why the proposal that the government of Rwanda made to the ministers of trade is so critical. How do we, in a shorter space of time, overcome this crisis so that we substitute that rice, maize. We do know that the continent does have the capacity to address some of these very, very critical challenges. But in my view, the basic question must be elimination of these intra-Africa trade barriers.
You know, you both kind of alluded to this, which is Ukraine feeding a lot of the continent. Even during a war, they have a project called Grain from Ukraine that is still sending us grain going to Ethiopia and Somalia and other parts of the continent, that we rely on a country at war to feed ourselves. Yet, even when we are starving, we make it so hard for food to come from the neighboring country or a country 2 regions down. And this is not changing. I wonder how to unclog this. Dr. Mwangi, you speak to African presidents. What are they telling you? I put him on the spot. He doesn't know how to start. How to say this diplomatically.
Thank you very much. I think my brother, the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, I think the African leadership is coming to terms with the reality. And the reality is we have to change. It hasn't worked, and it is sad if we expect to continue doing the same thing and expect change.
Right, because I think you saw President Museveni was in Nairobi a couple of days ago, and he said, oh, you're blocking my eggs from coming in and my milk from coming in. And he was like, this makes no sense, we're the same people.
Absolutely. So I think that change, and that's what Rwanda has called for, that change must come today, not tomorrow. Because as has been said, there is a window of opportunity. Global geopolitics have disrupted the supply chains. That gives Africa an opportunity to fill those supply chains with its own production. Before COVID, Ethiopia was importing wheat. We just now had, Ethiopia is exporting wheat, including Zambia, countries that were not producing. So it can be done within a very short period, but there must be a coherent policy position that is integrated and makes agriculture a productive economic sector, not a social sector. But it will not happen until we build the capacity of the farmers. The farmers we are talking of feeding Africa, 45 million population feeding 1.3 billion, it's not peasant farmers, it's commercial farmers. How do we convert our small-scale farmers to be agribusinesses? It's just a shift from peasant farming to agribusinesses, and they populate the value chains. Then they become competitive, and then they're able to play in the market. At the moment, the structure is designed to make them fail. The structure is designed to ensure Africa never feeds itself. So it's upon the leaders to make that critical change. Africa has 65% of unutilized arable land. It has the most youthful population. By 2050, it will be 33% labor force of the entire world. So the ingredients of change are in place. So what we are lacking is, I don't want to say leadership, let me call it policy direction.
You can also say leadership. We're among friends here.
So we need a transformative leadership, not the normal, usual leadership.
Okay, Nelly, are there examples from Rwanda about, we're talking about productivity and just the low productivity, just banks don't feel confident lending to what is essentially a social sector that you won't have the same return you would if you built another mall, because what we need is more malls.
Maybe we could have added there, for instance, if you look, global capital is coming to Africa to extract the mineral resources.
Right.
It doesn't even wait to be invited. Why? Because it's a commercial sector. Toll roads are now being built by global capital because there is return on toll roads, but there is no return on agriculture. That is why we don't have investment, yet capital is available. But agriculture is not designed to attract private capital.
Right.
Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Mwangi. I want to mention that some of the products that we're also doing currently with banks like Equity and also in that program, I'll give an example of the CDAT program that is currently evolving through also commercial banks, but is supporting agriculture, whereby in the funds that government of Rwanda has raised together with World Bank and other development partners, you're able to now have a model where you channel the funds through also commercial banks. But at the end of the day, it ends getting to the farmer at really an affordable rate. Or today, the farmer, it can get to the farmer at 8% or 9%, while the bank has also been able to rotate that funds. It's de-risking the finance, but it's also making it available. It started as something funded and driven by government, but also now the commercial banks and other financial sectors are seeing that it is possible. The second thing that is important, where you mentioned, it's true. If we want to address this food and feed ourselves, as we're saying, we need to look at the whole chain in terms of where we drive investment. The investment has to go in the land. We have to think of what are those ingredients, or how do we give value to the land? Because that has also been a reality or a challenge in terms of productivity that they mentioned. Investment has to go into the farmer. The innovation we are talking about, the ability. And when we go to the farmer, I liked what he said in terms of not seeing it as social only. Today, we will have to look at the younger farmer. I love that we have so young men people in this room and that we are seeing youth going in those programs. Why? When it goes in the farmer and looking at the different sectors, the woman, the young person, we are bringing in also innovation. Youth today do not think the same way the young were thinking in 20 years or in the past. The way they also see how productivity should come is different. They want to think on things which are more efficient, fast, and give a higher productivity. So, and the third is what he mentioned, which is also investment has to go into the policies, how we are thinking of the future of this agriculture sector, which means discussions like these ones, platforms like these ones, creating them, being intentional on both ends, government ends, but also private sector end. And with all those systems, and the practical example of how CDAT is working today is towards that. We intentionally look at what kind of crop are we talking about. We need to think of that food security. It's obvious. You have to look and be intentional that also investment in the whole chain is addressing the current pressing issues you have. But at the same time, as Rwanda, your country with a heavy trade deficit, you have to drive export. Priority will be also in export crops. How do you make sure? But the linkage is, one, invest in that land, make it being able to give the highest yield you can have, invest in the farmer with the technology he or she needs, the innovation he or she needs, and the access to the market. It's not obvious. There has to be products and programs that make them get access to the market. As I finish, I'll give an example of one of the things we do now in Rwanda Development Board, working with SMEs, especially also in agriculture and agro-processing. And every year we have a number of trade fairs and trade shows that we do with them. It has to be practical. As you do that, today, we have, for example, one of the farmers who is growing strawberries in Rwanda. They're able to export in so many countries, in Dubai, in Bahrain, in Kenya, in Congo, and so many other countries, and yet also satisfy our local market. All that was because of initiatives that you don't take for granted, because if you don't expose them to those markets, they will not be able to get access to those.
So with the right policy, you can empower small-scale farmers and scale up what they're doing to satisfy a local market and expand to exporters.
Absolutely, and you can feed yourself.
Okay, you're speaking Dr. Mwangi's language, exactly what he was talking about. Lord Collins, you talked about how the new Labour government in the UK is interested in a partnership with Africa, and I think food security is an existential crisis for so many people here. It's connected to so many other things that you can solve by making sure that people can feed themselves. Do you have any specific focus on that?
Well, I think it's basically, I think all of us are saying the same story here. The ability and the wealth is here. It's how it is used. And one of the things, as I say, from this conference, I've learned a lot. I mean, the other thing to talk about is how farmers can add value to their products. Mm-hmm. So we're not just talking about what they grow, it's what they can turn it into. And one of the programs that we've supported, invested in, is, growing chilies and then turning it into a particular sauce and adding value. And there's a whole range of things that develops. You're looking at the market and you're developing and then investing in agriculture. Mm. I think I'm going to repeat something, because I think policymakers need to hear this story. I think far too often they're reacting to the challenges, reacting to a crisis, and often it's, how do we protect our farmers? And that often inhibits the very thing that they can actually trade out of. If those reactions inhibit trade, then we're going to be in a worse situation. And I congratulate the Secretary General on his words here, because it's actually removing those barriers. Mm. Internal trade within Africa is faced with those barriers, and it's how can we support the mechanism and work in partnership. And by the way, that partnership about economic growth, Labour in the new government is committed to a mission-based government, a longer-term strategy. Economic growth is the first key objective of that mission-based government. And that means we share a mutual interest and partnership. Trade, I mean, I think it was said earlier that by 2050, a quarter of the world's population will be Africa. It's going to be the biggest market. It's going to be vital in terms of trade. Now, actually the expertise that Africa has is food. And a major part of its exportability will be food.
Right.
And, we can and what the United Kingdom government has been doing and will continue to do, in partnership with Rwanda too, is how do you actually leverage more investment? So looking at those existing infrastructures, looking at how they can be modernized and adapted and have multiple use, rather than the single use and ideas that we've had. So I repeat, the corridor things that we've been talking about, the Secretary General was talking about earlier, they are the mechanisms to actually address those issues, the challenges. And actually, if we were to say to policymakers, there's a very good positive story here. Let's make sure we tell the whole story and not just focus on the challenges.
Okay, the export bit, the African Growth and Opportunity Act by the US has been great for so many Africans to be able to export to the large US market. Can you make it easier for Africans to export into the UK so that the strawberries from that farmer Nelly was talking about in Rwanda can make it to Tesco?
From Kamonyi.
Yes.
Well, I mean, actually, what we're here to talk about in terms of economic partnership and a partnership for economic growth is exactly those issues. How do we make free trade applicable to both sides? How do we ensure?
Tariff-free, quota-free access to the UK market for African products.
We need to reach agreements with everyone, and the speedier we do it, even in terms of the internal trade within Africa, the barriers that we face in terms of exports are not just restricted to those, the United Kingdom now has the freedom to enter into agreements. And we are committed to entering into as many agreements as we can to ensure free trade. And those are going to be important in terms of the partnership for economic growth. But the key to exporting isn't just those tariffs. There are other barriers to those trades, and particularly, the Secretary General has mentioned some of the internal ones, which are not tariff-based. But also the market. How you define the market, how do you add value to your products? So it's not just the strawberries, but if you made strawberry jam here, maybe that is something that will increase the value of your exports. So I know I've dodged your direct question, but the simple answer is we need to have agreements to ensure that we can do this. And the faster we reach those agreements, the better it is for everyone. And that's why we're absolutely committed to that economic partnership.
Right. Wamkele, the Deputy Secretary General was talking about 280 million Africans who are undernourished, and you can help unlock some of that. Are there any positive kind of ways in which already you're seeing some of these borders come down and food is moving within borders? Or what are ways that you think we can do this better so we don't have this crisis?
Well, I think the positive and the good news is that since the AFCFTA was established, we have seen trade start to happen across regions. So, for example, between the East African Community and ECOWAS and so on. Is it happening at a pace where we would be very pleased? No. It's very, very early stages, but we are beginning to see the trade happening. I think the big challenge for us as Africans is how do we ensure that we have a trade policy and we formulate a trade policy that is forward-looking, but at the same time enables us to be agile enough to respond to particular crises as they arise. So, for example, during COVID, we established trade corridors, intra-Africa trade corridors, which were intended to enable the transit of pharmaceutical products, germ-killing products, and so on, at that time when borders were closed. So the innovation with which we approach trade policy, forward-looking but also responding to crises of the time, is absolutely critical. On the question of the people that we are able to lift out of malnutrition, I think it's at the core of what we are talking about. That if we make a self-critique of where are our weaknesses, this is certainly weakness number one, is the cost of food in Africa continues to be too high. Dr. Mwangi mentioned correctly the issue of policy coherence. If you look at from 1945, immediately after the Second World War, the evolution of the European Common Agricultural Policy to date, it's very, very clear. It has a direction, it is responsive, it attends to issues of food security in Europe, as well as industrial development, agro-processing. I'm not suggesting for a moment that this is the model to follow. What I am saying is that where you have a combination of tools, policy tools, investment tools, trade policy tools, that complementarity of tools enables a forward movement. There's no reason why our continent, for example, cannot combine digitalization in the area of agriculture for agro-technology to enable competitiveness. So these are the tools that we are beginning to look at in a, as I said, in a complementarity manner. We will require our development finance institutions to come on board. Not just Dr. Mwangi and his balance sheet, but also we will need African Development Bank, Afrexim Bank, and others to make sure that we have the support that is needed, 10, 15, $20 billion as dedicated facility to boost intra-Africa trade in agricultural products. I don't know the dollar amount, but we do need a dedicated facility to make sure that we address this challenge, and more importantly, it is for our own industrial development and job creation and innovation. But overall, I am optimistic that, that our leaders will attend to this with the sense of urgency that is required.
Well, we also need that money because we're spending all the money we have, we're spending it on debt servicing. We're not getting enough investment coming in compared to how much we're just spending to service the debts we already have.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. The $100 billion that I mentioned, over $100 billion, that is actually liquidity. We are paying in liquidity that we have for those imports. It's not debt. So we are offsetting where we should be in other areas where our liquidity should be directed to, let's say, infrastructure development, public health, and other areas, because we have this deficit which should not be there. Okay. Certainly, there's no reason why we should be in this situation.
You are an optimist, and which is, I guess, the job is you have to be an optimist, considering the roadblocks that exist. But big picture, how close are we to getting the African continental free trade area to be anywhere close to the European Union, so that the borders don't exist in the way that they're so rigid right now? Just big picture, because a lot of people will be interested in that.
We have, if you mentioned the EU, and so did I, 72 years from today, 72 years ago.
Yes.
That is the evolution of market integration in Europe. The AFCFTA is less than 5 years old.
So you're saying we have 67 more years to go?
No, the point I make is this.
You were thinking it.
No, the point I make is this. You cannot integrate 55 different economies in less than 5 years.
Right.
That's the first point. The second point is this. The fragmentation in Africa runs very deep. Whether you are talking about borders, movement of capital, movement of persons, the depth of fragmentation is going to take time to unravel. Here's the good news. In less than 5 years, we have established, under the leadership of the African Union heads of states and government, we have established rules that enable the continent of Africa to front-load market integration.
Right.
So, for example, investment. We now have rules for investment for 48 countries that are state parties. We didn't have that before. We now have rules for movement of goods for 48 countries, for competition. for investment. You cannot integrate a continent or a region if you don't have rules. The starting point is to establish the rules. And we have done that in less than 5 years. The last protocol that was adopted is a protocol on digital trade, which again, I want to link it to agriculture and what we are talking about. So I think we have come a long way in 5 years, but we still have a long way to go because market integration is not something that happens overnight.
Right.
Industrial development for a continent, you don't swallow a pill, the next day you wake up, you've industrialized. It takes discipline, dedicated effort, applying the rules over an extended period of time, which is why I mentioned the example of Europe. So I think we've made progress.
Okay. All right, we have just a minute and a half left. Dr. Mwangi, final words. What do you want these people to take away with them?
Two things. The first one is that when COVID-19 hit, we saw governments react to protect populations. The pandemic of agriculture is climate change. We can't leave it to the small-scale farmers to defend themselves from the impact of climate change. We must work together. The last one I want to leave is that this change can happen very quickly. Me and you know Kenya very well. Kenya is a leader in coffee, tea, and pyrethrum worldwide, simply because there is a coherent policy. There is capacity building for commercial crops, but there is no policy, there is no authority for food crops. And that is why Kenya is not able to feed itself, yet it's the world leader in black tea, the world leader in pyrethrum, a world leader in Arabic. Why? We build capacity on commercial farmers. We created policy, we created authorities, and they function. And we created markets for them. We just need to simply do the same for food products, and it will happen.
All right, really, 10 seconds for both of you. Nelly, you go first.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. In my 10 seconds, the first thing I'll say is that investors are policymakers, and the key ones and big ones, and can change now in agriculture, in this food system we're talking about. The role of investors is very crucial because now they can change dynamics of markets and hence change also policies. So investment is really needed. We keep talking of de-risking agriculture sector, but this is an era where investments itself in agriculture sector are going to de-risk the sector.
Right.
The last word is that we are food.
What?
We are food.
I'm confused.
We are food. We are what we eat, and we make what we eat. So if we don't play our role, each one here, on this panel, in this room, we're not going to be able to feed ourselves, and we won't be talking of African food systems. So we are food. Thank you.
Thank you, Nelly, for clarifying that. For a second there, I was afraid. You know that quote, when one day the poor will have nothing to eat but the rich? I thought that was what she meant.
No.
I'm glad you clarified that. Minister.
Well, I'm just going to say something very quickly. Everyone in this room can go away from this conference with a positive story.
Yeah.
Just repeat it to your policymakers. Mm-hmm. Make sure everyone hears this positive story, because that will influence the policymakers.
All right, thank you so much. Please give my panel a big round of applause. Nelly, Lord Collins, Mr. Wamkelemen, and Dr. Mwangi. Really appreciate your time. Okay, and that brings us to the end of the great debate. Thank you for participating in that. Have you had an excellent week here? Oh my goodness, I know it's Friday, but come on. Have you had an excellent week this week? All right. I would love for you to turn your attention to the screens, and on the back of that, we're going to have Ahmad Patisene, the Managing Director of the Africa Food Systems Forum, come and kind of wrap it up. But please turn your attention to the screens.
It is my pleasure to declare declare the 2024 Africa Food Summit System Forum officially open.
Theme of this forum: innovate, accelerate, and scale, delivering food systems transformation in a digital and climate era in Kigali, a city of history, culture, exceptional hospitality, and innovation.
AFS was born an annual summit. It's a unique platform on the continent. We are an ecosystem, and we are a diverse ecosystem. We are here because we are a community really engaged to transform the food system on our continent. It's about jobs, it's about feeding our people on the continent and outside.
Since the Food System Summit, us, the people that live in the agriculture sector that haven't paid a whole lot of attention to nutrition, want to embrace what is happening on the nutrition side. It's how well do we care about the bottom of the pyramid when it comes to people that have challenges accessing nutrition.
We are placed in the heart of Africa. It's easy to do business when we are placed here. We have enabling environment, we have plans, we have a clear vision, we have a clear strategy. We have to attain an upper middle income country by 2035 and a high income country by 2050. That's the vision.
There should also be an increased focus on food systems that are regenerative, meaning both climate smart and protect the ecosystems of the continent.
We also encourage young people to go into agriculture. Of course, I mentioned earlier that one of our problems is that our young people don't like to go into agriculture. They see agri as a business for the old people. We're saying, no, we have to change the orientation.
African continent is dominated by the young people. So we, the young people, need to take the mantle in our hand. We need to get back to the soil. We need to encourage our young people so that we can take agriculture into our hands. Because remember, no farmer, no food.
Nimekuja kujua kwamba hii ukulima kumbe inaweza kukutoa chini, inaweza kukufanya ukuwe tajiri. Kwa hivyo it's not only about playing with dirt. This dirt has money.
Good afternoon. Mine will be brief. So on behalf of the Secretariat and all AFS partners, so I would like to read the communique of the AFS Forum 2024. So this AFS Forum 2024 underscore and reaffirm the fundamental importance of food system and the critical situation faced by the food and agriculture sector in this continent. Under the theme, Innovate, Accelerate, and Scale, Delivering Food System in a Digital and Climate Era, it set out to launch Africa's food system into a transformative era based on sustainability and resilience. This week, participants across the continent and beyond charted a bold path forward, recognizing the urgent need to change the way we produce, process, market, and consume food. The continent's brightest mind thinker, policy makers, and young innovators share brilliant ways to transform our food system through innovation. The forum showcased cutting-edge breakout and best practice and called for bold leadership to turn commitment into action. By spotlighting opportunities, they even build a higher level of resilience and food security for the continent. The summit also emphasized the critical roles and voice of youth and women in driving change. Representing over half of the Africans involved in the agri-food sector, Women at the forum demonstrated their ability to farm, to lead, to create and run successful businesses, to innovate also and participate in policy discussion and other important debates. Youth voice led and inspired the summit, with key announcement boosting also investment in their potential. More than 4,900 delegates from 97 countries, including 2 prime ministers, 14 ministers, 2 former head of state, 3 former prime ministers, and more than 40 head of international organization, CEOs, 3 governors, 14 parliamentarians, national companies, including MSMEs, to form the private sector, the delegation of over 4,900 people who were here. An incredible representation of young people. For the first time, 1,500 attending this forum with their youth dome, which was here. The REACH program featured 167 sessions over 4 full days, including pre-summit activities held on 2nd, which all the side events, delegates participated to the side visit, side event, and tomorrow we will have also field visit. Thematic session, award ceremony, culinary event, digital expo, TEDx, CEO chat, and deal rooms. They were joined by close to 150 journalists. The summit was hosted under His Excellency President Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda. 31 partners and 18 sponsors provided resources and technical assistance to support this AFS Partners Group. We thank you and we are very grateful. Merci à vous. Forum outcome. The main forum outcome, we recognize the immense potential of African food system to drive economic growth, improve livelihood, and achieve sustainable development in Africa's Agenda 2063. Yet we cannot ignore the grave threat posed by climate change and external shocks. Through a spirit of partnership, innovation, and collective actions, we commit to addressing African challenge head-on by coming together to innovate, accelerate, and scale our effort to deliver food system transformation in the digital and climate era. We recognize also and accept our accountability to each other to come through our commitment and investment to design also food system policies and implement them. The outcome of the Forum 2024 serve as a clarion call for Africa and the world to embrace the transformative power of resilient food system. Key elements that emerge as paramount to climate resilient food system in action include strong political commitment is a necessary condition for food system transformation. This must be seen as national coordination and governance, increased collaboration among different sectors and national sectors. So strengthen continental bodies, participation point to the need for closer links between agriculture, transport, health, environment, and other sectors. So this forum also, this year, we have 4 legacy programs amounting for more than $2 billion from Cote d'Ivoire, from Rwanda, from Sierra Leone, from Zambia. The deal room, 37 MSMEs from 16 countries with almost $70 million that was asked, and 7 knowledge sessions organized, 7 topics, 100 investors. I would like also to emphasize on the stories of those who were looking for resources. There were some MSMEs between 1,000 to 50,000, 50,000 to 200, or more than $1 million. Edwin in dairy production, looking for $700,000. The story of most of these MSMEs on the continent. And Acumen, Bamboo Capital, grassroots business, all of these are discussing, so we will follow up to make sure that this discussion that happened here became a reality. Program to school, cooking for $1.5 million for CAPEX, looking for working capital. Discussion with Sahel Capital, please, in Kofin. In different corridors, this is the story of most of these MSMEs who came here. Diane for $30,000 in the tech industry. So I will continue by also, as part of the outcome, government-led innovation, drive investment as demonstrated by the government of Cote d'Ivoire, Rwanda, Sierra Leone, Zambia, with this new initiative of investment on important value chains such as rice and potato, avocado. Countries are encouraged to prioritize integrated and ambitious big program. No small project, big program. and investment and growth on our continent. Continental coordination in the post-Malabo era. Member states should adopt a robust and mutually accountable mechanism to support government and take stock of achievement in reshaping food system and promoting best practices and investment. 2 to 3 things that post-Malabo must emphasize. Trade is also a key driver of food system transformation, particularly the development of Africa food market. Delegate emphasized the role of critical of AFCTA in prioritizing regional trade of food commodities and products, additionally further scanning the regional initiative in the regional commissions seen to deliver higher returns. Urgent action need to be taken to reduce non-tariff barriers and export bans within the region to address food insecurity and ensure common prosperity. Climate action to food system as we are heading to COP29, building adaptation and resilience by implementing the Emirates Declaration and mobilizing the increased share of climate funds to investment in the food sector. Youth and women are an effective way of driving inclusion, productivity, and sustainability. We are committed to reducing the gender productivity gap and harnessing the power of youth and entrepreneurship. Increased investment in research and development is needed for crop science, soil health, and climate agriculture and practices. Optimized financial instruments, promote and enabled by government are crucial to unlock resources from public, private, and development partners. Innovative blended finance models open new opportunities and should be scaled with the support of partners. Investment in digital technology at scale is a priority, primarily in capacity infrastructure, service capacity through the last miles to enhance knowledge and practice. MSMEs are responsible for 85% of Africa's food and offer higher return on investment. Partners should prioritize support for infrastructure, affordable financing, capacity development, and enhancing policies. Nutrition as integral component of food system resilience require urgent strategic shift in food production, food trade policies, institutional buying by government and consumer behavior, high impact interventions such as investment in biofortification, crop diversification, promotion of nutrient-dense food and improved food processing and preservation of technologies, enhance dietary quality, increase micronutrient intake, reduce environmental impact, and deliver significant socio-economic benefit. Extension and advisory service are indispensable to bringing knowledge and necessary practices to millions of farmers and MSMEs. A renewed commitment to these services is needed using new models, including private sector-driven, youth-led initiative and digital technologies. I will conclude by saying that the Africa Food System Forum 2024 has been a landmark event, setting the stage for dynamic and impactful progress for food system transformation. The forum examined challenges from the point of view of innovation, acceleration, and scalability, putting youth and women at the center with a strong emphasis on country-led initiative and the fulfillment of commitment. The forum has inspired us to largely engage, share experience, and commit to concrete action that will drive transformation of food system across the continent. Let us work together to innovate, accelerate, and scale our effort toward toward a brighter and more sustainable future for all. I thank you.
All right, we're coming to the end of this. I have just 2 more things to do, and we're gonna be out of here. We'll get you out to your party scene in Kigali in no time. Thank you to Ahmad Patisane and the team for having pulled this off. My job here is to introduce Dr. Agnes Kalibata, President of AGRA, for her vote of thanks. Please give her a big round of applause as she comes up.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, we are extremely grateful for you being here today. We are extremely grateful for the support you've given this forum to date. So I'm here, Your Excellency, to give a vote of thanks I want to start by appreciating the support we got from the Rwandan government. Not that we don't get that every year, we actually do get that, but this year was extremely, it was incredible. I just wanted to thank Minister Msafiri, went out of his way to organize the whole of government and make sure that we got what we needed, to make sure that the youth across the country were able to participate, and to make sure that we had ministers from across across government. And I just want to congratulate Minister also for launching the first ever food systems strategy that recognizes that we need to start a food systems approach. So congratulations, Minister. And thank you. I wanted to also thank our small food systems team, Pate and his team, that is now housed at RDB. Thank you, Deputy of the CEO of RDB, for being here, for supporting us, and for really treating our team at RDB with excellence and giving them excellent facilities. So I really wanted to appreciate again what the government of Rwanda is doing here. I wanted to appreciate all the partners that are here today, those who have contributed to the Food Systems Summit and Forum and make this possible, but also all the partners that make this work in the food systems possible. Thank you for what you're doing. You're getting tired of clapping. Please don't get tired. I'm still coming. Yeah. I wanted to appreciate the youth for leading this summit with incredible energy. We had over 1,000 youth, 60% were women, 2%. Next time we'll do better. I tell you, Hindu, next time we'll do better. 2% were indigenous women. We will do better next time, I promise you. But at least for the first time, we had indigenous women come forward. We also wanted to appreciate His Excellency President Kagame for the leadership he has shown, but also the leadership he brings to this forum. There's no day that he doesn't meet us to plan and ensure that we have the best forum ever, and we're extremely grateful. Your Excellency, we would like you to communicate on behalf of everybody that was here today that this forum has grown, and everybody that is in this meeting appreciates the order, the organization, and the incredible friendliness and support we get from the government of Rwanda. So thank you, sir. I wanted to recognize, from a business perspective, I wanted to recognize three things that happened here. Every one of us came here to meet, but I think we met and we did some more. We really had an opportunity to interact and meet, and that's become probably the hallmark of this summit, that we provide a place where in 1 week you get to meet the world in one place to talk about food systems. So there's no place like this in the world. So I really just wanted to acknowledge and recognize that. Two things happened that are really important. We launched from a seed system perspective, we launched something really important. The US government launched seed, where have I put the document? Yeah, they launched their, what is it called? Their seed action plan, which is aligned. The reason I'm calling this out, it's aligned to the African Union seed action plan. Every time we get these initiatives that align to what we're already doing on the continent here, that help advance the CADEP framework, we really appreciate that. We also launched the seed sector performance index that will support countries to do a better job. And we also launched a number of other things. Many of them Pathy has gone through, so I'll not call them out. The chefs. Did anybody try to eat in the chef place? The culinary place? So we are beginning to think about how we make our food systems, our food, African food, sexy and interesting. And I think the culinary village and the chefs that showed up this year really demonstrated. Yesterday, everybody was asking what soup were we eating for dinner. Did anybody figure it out? But it was great soup, and it was from one of the VAC's forgotten crops. So a lot to celebrate. So thank you again, Your Excellency. My coming here right now at this moment was to give a vote of thanks. I want to conclude this vote of thanks by thanking my chairman, His Excellency Haile Mariam, who has, and the board that he leads, for providing immense leadership for the growth of this continent. I said it yesterday and I checked with him. He's going to follow up on every legacy program that was launched here to make sure that each legacy program becomes how we show up when it comes to contributing to CADAP, making sure that this time next CADAP, when we are concluding CADAP, we want to be saying, oh, and we didn't contribute enough to CADAP. These legacy programs are going to ensure that we contributed enough to CADAP. And just so you know that these things work, by the way, I forgot to tell you, last year, Uganda mobilized 100 million from the D room. Did you know that? That actually people who come to the D room do take some money out of the D room. And I met a youth from Kenya who told me he mobilized $5 million out of the D room. So let's do these things. Let's take them seriously. And let's meet at country when my chairman comes over there to ensure that both the legacy program and the D rooms survive at country level. See you next time, same time next year in the next country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kalibata. And she did already mention the work that Rwanda has done in making this a success. So please welcome our host, Dr. Delphonse Musafiri, the Minister of Environment here in Rwanda. I apologize. This is why I should not do this off the top of my head. The Minister of Agriculture, my apologies.
Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Rwanda, allow me to start by thanking His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Rwanda, Paul Kagame, who accepted to host in this country the Africa Food System Forum and also approved this period for this summit that is happening, that's ending today. Right Honorable Prime Minister, and indeed, His Excellency is with us on this closing segment virtually. I just ask you to wait a little bit. Right Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Kalibata mentioned that I did a good job. I agree, but it's time to let you all know that I was someone behind me. And it is time to reveal that it's you, Right Honorable Prime Minister, who are telling me what to do. And all the credit goes to you. And your dedication to agriculture sector and your contribution, your advice are very instrumental and give us strength to continue in this food system transformation. And your presence here 3 times in 1 week doesn't mean you don't have other things to do, but that shows the high level leadership on agriculture sector. Thank you so much. I also want to thank the Chief Minister of Sierra Leone who just left. Also, his presence here was appreciated. Former heads of state, right now Prime Minister Mariam Desalegn, thank you for being with us, even though you had a serious problem amid the week, but you went and came back. That shows how your dedication is very important. Thank you for being with us the whole week. We have also received the former head of state of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan. He was with us, and his presence was also appreciated. Former Prime Minister of Tanzania, who is with us. Former Prime Minister of Guinea, Niger. Thank you for coming. And this, we don't take it as granted. Thank you for being with us. Today we have experienced a very great panel. The great panel that featured Amina Mohammed, Deputy SG, the SG of Africa Continental Free Trade Area, James Mwangi, the boss of Equity Bank, senior official of the government of Rwanda, and we have in the room the lady who chairs the president of AGRA. So the presence in the room today in Rwanda, this particular time, it's very much appreciated. Thank you for coming. Thank you for featuring this high-level segment. Allow me to thank my fellow ministers who traveled and those who worked together, who joined us in these 5 days and blessed us with a lot of insights during the round-the-panel discussions and other side events. Allow me to recognize the top 3 countries who send us a big number of delegates. After Rwanda, it's Kenya, Nigeria, and Tanzania. They all send us more than 150 delegates. And Nigeria sent us 700 delegates, including 3 state governors. Thank you, Nigeria. I would like to thank countries who sent delegations led by ministers. Thank you, Ghana. Thank you, Uganda. Thank you, Ethiopia. Thank you, Malawi. Thank you, Cote d'Ivoire. Thank you, Senegal. Thank you, Zimbabwe. Thank you, Mali. Thank you, Burkina Faso. Thank you, Sierra Leone. Thank you, Eswatini. Thank you, Central African Republic. Thank you, Somalia. Thank you, Nigeria, delegated. The most importantly, someone overseas. Thank you, UK, for sending us the UK Minister for Africa to be with us in this African event. Right now, Prime Minister, allow me to thank again, to repeat what Dr. Kalibata mentioned. I would like to recognize the presence of the youth, farmers organization in this forum. Thank you for coming. Parliamentarians, senators, that's maybe they were in big numbers. Speakers, they were here to speak the role of parliament in advancing the food system. Thank you for coming. Indigenous people, international organizations, including UN agencies, here in the room, and they have been here around the weekend. The rooms, thank you for your presence. Sport communities, maybe first time that we had a sport committee, panels around the sport, and to show also the role sport can play in advancing food systems. Thank you for coming as well. Tourism communities, business, banks, insurance companies, we really appreciate your presence, and we expect very much from your intervention in the agriculture sector. And I believe we follow Mwangi advice. We do agriculture as a business, not as a social activity. Research, academia, we can't do anything without you. Thank you for coming. Chefs, you demonstrated that farmers can become artists by presenting our indigenous food into high-level diet meals, recipes can be presented in high-end hotels and restaurants. And I want to let you know we have published the book on Rwanda culinary art that you can take home with you at $100 as a gift to make sure you keep experiencing Rwanda's food. Ambassadors, high commissioners, you are here. We saw you. Thank you for coming. And other members of the Remark Corps, we really appreciate your presence here. Philanthropy, foundations, food systems organization. Last but not least, I would like to thank the organizers and the entire crew of the Africa Food System Forum and the Minister of Agriculture, who have never slept over the past 5 days to make sure we have everything in place. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I believe that you have been good guests. All have been good guests. You have been comprehensive. You have been accepting our orders. Even sometimes we were rushing, you were patient, and you liked our food, you ate our food, you liked our hotels, you liked our services. Thank you for being a good guest, and we hope you to come back again in Rwanda. If you think we have given good services here in Rwanda, you can confirm that Africa Food System Forum will stay here permanently. Then we keep giving. Thank you for your attention.
Such amazing energy from Dr. Delphonse too. We can rig this election right here real quick. Do we want the Africa Food Systems Forum to stay in Rwanda forever? Apart from the Rwandans, the other 700 Nigerians, Nigeria no decari last. Do we want... The Nigerians are like, I beg, bring it to Lagos now. Abuja, we'll come to Abuja. The airport is nice. Anyway, at this point, you saw some performance here that we had to cut to get to the good parts, and now I'm glad that we can bring that up. Please put your hands together for the Sherry Silver Foundation and this closing performance.
One, two, one. 1, 2.
Where we pass on, and I'm not
nyanja nambuka neza gitare baririmba aye mama ni nyirabera we aye banaguheka we aye birega hege n'amazi ya nyanja nambuka neza gitare baririmba urutare rwiza noteraga izuba rikarasa rikarenga yewe nkumbuye kurureba amata kabasha inkanda yewe nkumbuye kurureba nawe uzarusure we yewe nkumbuye kurureba urutare rwiza noteraga izuba rikarasa rikarenga yewe nkumbuye kurureba nawe uzarusure we yewe nkumbuye kurureba amata kabasha inkanda yewe nkumbuye kurureba urutare rwiza noteraga izuba rikarasa rikarenga yewe nkumbuye kurureba nawe uzarusure we yewe nkumbuye kurureba urutare rwiza noteraga izuba rikarasa rikarenga yewe nkumbuye kurureba nawe uzarusure we yewe nkumbuye kurureba
Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for my students.
Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami
Itiwe sanbolani ambana majite sepeteti yapilangana wena punjani ayuwena ngizibelfunani ayuweso sanbolani ambana majite sepeteti yapilangana wena punjani ayuwena ngizibelfunani ayuweso
I think the kids are all right. A big round of applause to the Cheryl Silver Foundation, please. Was that amazing or what? That was just a perfect way to close out the Africa Food Systems Forum with such amazing Rwandan energy. The next generation is going to be great. I mean, that young man over there, that entire performance, I'm sure it's going to be going crazy on TikTok. I saw all of you recording it. Cheryl Silver, where's Cheryl Silver? Is she there somewhere? I'd love for you to say hello to her one more time. She is a Rwandan choreographer that you might have seen her work from a little video. There's Cheryl Silver at the back. Please give her a big round of applause. There she is. Good job. She choreographed Childish Gambino's little video called This Is America. You can go watch it now. It's on YouTube. YouTube is a thing where you go and you see videos. It's wild. Strange concept. You should look into it. I have just 2 more things to do here, and then we're going to be done here. Please welcome for the closing remarks, for the pre-closing remarks, the board chair of AGRA and the Africa Food Systems Forum Partners Group, His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn.
Thank you very much, our moderator. Right Honorable Prime Minister, ministers, former prime ministers, leaders amongst us today. My job is very simple. Everything has been said, and the only thing remaining, which I don't want to miss, is to thank the President of the Republic of Rwanda, His Excellency President Paul Kagame, that in every successful occasions and performances and results, there is leadership. He has shown us that leaders can do many transformative things in our continent, and I think he is an icon, an example, and we have to follow suit in his footsteps in leadership in Africa. So would you just join me in giving him a round of applause for African leader? This is something which shouldn't be missed, even though he is not amongst us today, but behind all this, he is there. And we, in the first place, we came to his office to announce this forum. And his guidance has been very instrumental, and his follow-up is thorough. As you all know, there is no mistake that has to be done in any performances. He is result-oriented, is a lesson that we have to learn how things become successful in this kind of leadership. So I think that leadership lesson, I should say at this moment, and we cannot miss it. Second, as elder, what's missing is that no one has said, I wish you a safe journey back home to all of you, because I know I thank Nigerian government, Nigerian leadership, putting together all these delegates to this forum, and I hope others also will take this lesson for the future of our forum, which is a very important gathering, bringing all stakeholders together. All things has been said. Thank you very much, and God bless you all, and have a safe journey back home.
His Excellency did mention the contribution, and we're here because of President Paul Kagame. He could not be here, but he sent a video to welcome and thank all of you for being here. So please turn your attention to the screens.
Distinguished leaders, ladies and gentlemen, the production of food is the foundation of our economies and indeed of life itself. In Africa, most of our people work in agriculture and agribusiness. Significant gains have been made in recent years to make our food systems more resilient and productive. But there is still so much room to grow and make our farmers more productive and therefore more wealthy. Higher productivity also means lower food prices for consumers, which has a direct impact on poverty and inflation. This forum has highlighted key strategies for speeding up progress, particularly digital and technology applications, and attracting more private investment into agriculture. We are proud to host the African Food Systems Forum in Rwanda. I commend AGRA under the leadership of Mariam Desalegn and Agnes Karibata for ensuring that Africa projects a clear voice on the future of food systems. As we close this year's forum, I especially want to thank the partners and sponsors who make this event possible, as well as the experts, scientists, and entrepreneurs who are advancing the food systems agenda. I thank you and wish you a pleasant stay in our country.
That's it. Thank you for coming. Have a great time. Enjoy the rest of your time in Rwanda. We'll see you next year at the Africa Food Systems Forum 2025. Thank you. Murakoze, Shukran, Asante Sana, Medase. Safe travels home.